Hello, we're live now because the platform we were using to stream on two platforms simultaneously did not work. It gave up, so there will be no Twitch stream. I'm going to have to update the campaign real fast to remove that.
That's all right. Who uses Twitch anyways? It's a flash in the pan.
So true.
Never catch on.
Dells can't hear us apparently.
Oh no. Oh wow, suspenseful music. I'm trying to make sure the charity page is working. I need to grab the link. So let me just make sure everything's working for everyone. But this video is unavailable. That's great, guys. Somebody give me the link to our current YouTube stream right now.
I got it.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to drag... Here's the donation link in the chat. And we're going to be getting started very soon, as soon as I fix our Tiltify page.
Okay, I am back.
Just fixing this real quick.
Looks like cool. Now that I'm back, let me check. Dells is muted for some reason. Is he having the same issue that Yoshila did?
Tell him. Can you hear us?
They're typing.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. You know, my mic isn't plugging and the sound cuts out.
Oh, that's something different then. Are they able to unmute at all?
Yeah, are you able to unmute yourself at all?
Okay, well.
Okay, you could unmute and we can hear you typing.
I can hear you typing, yeah.
Yeah.
Very suspenseful music while we have technical difficulties.
Yeah. I think if it means from what it sounds like with your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Hello?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear us. Okay.
Oh, no.
I can hear you.
I'm typing it so they can actually tell.
Yeah.
I'll just keep saying it. He'll know. He'll see the mics lighting up and he'll get where we're
Pretty
doing.
sure this has happened to me once or twice before. I think it's happened when I was in a different.
Yeah. Check all your Discord or check your Discord settings.
Try giving them
Discord
the
settings thing. I
host
remember
role.
there being something.
Yeah. No, we got some time for you to figure it out. We're not exactly rushing out here. I'm gonna put another tweet out.
Thank you all for sitting with us now too. I'm sorry that you miss your wife.
Oh, it's a shame, really. Okay. Going a lot.
I threw 4 Zelda soundtracks into a playlist and hit shuffle, and Skyward Sword's coming up a lot because it has the most songs. So,
Power of percentages.
yeah?
Can they hear us for reference to stream?
They should be able to, yes. They've commented on voices.
Yeah.
That was Skyward Sword's OST. Don't worry about it.
Guys, I'm gonna go continue to watch Gremlins.
Yo, based Gremlins.
It's Christmas, so you know.
True, it is a Christmas movie, just like
Okay, I
Valiant.
think I figured it out.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, my Discord voice settings for some reason changed my output device to the microphone I just plugged in but did not change my input device.
Oh,
So-
yeah.
I had a
I don't
feeling
know
it
if
was
it's-
gonna be,
Technology seems to have a personal vendetta with me sometimes.
I don't know
Yeah,
if it's
the-
just me, but Delson is super loud for me.
Okay, that was probably because I was sitting so
Yeah,
close
but-
to the microphone. Let me try and rearrange things here.
I mean,
Okay.
it could just be me. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah,
that.
no, you're fine on my end.
Chat
Yeah,
let
you're
us
fine
know
on
about
that.
volumes. Just a reminder, this
Yeah,
is a charity stream for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. We're raising money to help cancer prevention and cancer research. They're a great cause, so your donation's going to a good place. The link to donate is pinned in the chat. Music slightly lower? Sure thing.
I
Never
don't know if
how
it's
loud it is.
I don't know if it's too late to fix this, and I feel a little bit bad bringing it up, but Huff, is it just me, or are our names not centered like the rest of them?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I think they're kind of offset to the
I
left
can
a
fix
little.
that real quick. It's just Slick would need to re-download it.
No, I can fix it myself.
Oh yeah, you can fix it yourself. Yeah, fuck you. You do it. Okay, it was like that originally for a reason, and I just forgot to make it mirrored because on the Smash website, when they do the text in that type of format, it's far left and far right for the text, but the problem was we have a name in the middle. So that's why the names on the right were centered, because there was a name in the middle, and I just forgot to do it for ours.
That's
You know,
good for
initially
now.
I
If
included-
it's bad, I'll fix it before we export it.
Initially, I did include a Pokemon, but then I said, "Hey, Delphazin's here. He's gonna have like 12 Pokemon. It'll be fine. I don't need any Pokemon."
About that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
I showed some restraint.
Yeah, I was worried that you were trying to be restraintful, and like yesterday I was like, hey, if you want to be a bit more out there, you can, because
I'll bring up a few of my more brain rot level ideas when I'm talking about other characters, but I didn't
Yeah.
want to rely on them because people tend not to like it when I go full brain rot.
Don't worry,
It was
you
difficult,
can't
'cause
wait.
I do not
imagine
think
most of
there's
us
a
tried to
viable
be-
way to be other than brain rotted.
yeah, I was I was
Like, I
talking to
feel like-
Pizza Man Dude Guy like a week ago, and I remembered a character concept that I had when I was like 6, and I was tempted to put it on here, despite the fact that like why would they ever do that? That's a terrible idea.
Oh, Slink.
I don't
for
know,
some
man. Smash
reason-
Brothers. Smash Brothers wasn't even a thing yet when I was 6.
No.
Hold on, Slink. For some reason, we're not streaming on YouTube, on Twitch.
The Twitch redirectory broke YouTube, and people weren't even watching on Twitch. So
Oh, okay, fair enough. I just linked the Twitch on the tweet without realizing.
Okay.
That's fine.
Hey, just to check, I'm not getting too many plosives, am I?
No.
I have my mic set up a little differently than usual.
I don't
And
hear any
it's-
popping.
Yeah, I don't hear any popping.
Okay, good.
No popping. No popping.
I think you're fine.
Okay. It's gonna move my mic a little closer to me now.
I'm just gonna finish this tweet.
Yo, somebody
Post
just won the
one.
Goron race.
Oh, cool.
It's the
I didn't know the
soundtrack.
Goron races were going on.
This is gonna be a funny playlist. I forgot to remove the like filler songs. Just
Oh.
gonna play random sound effects sometimes. Don't worry about it.
True. Oh, I can already feel it starting out. My voice is starting to get a little bit worse.
Oh no.
Drink
I
water.
have a whole thermos of water
Rude.
right next to me, just in case that happens, because I can run into trouble with keeping my voice quality consistent.
Okay.
To be fair, it
Well,
is because of
I'm getting over a
sinus
cold, so
issues.
don't worry about
yeah,
it.
allergies. Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
it might be
you
the cold.
see,
It might be the
it's-
cold that knocked me flat on my rear end right before Thanksgiving.
Oh.
You see, it's really smart of you to have a thing of water next to you, whereas I decided, oh yeah, it would be a really good idea to get a 2-liter of Mountain Dew.
That's really.
I need
fine.
my bone-hurting juice.
Real, a real drink for real gamers, or
I have a
or
2-liter
or whatever they would have
soft
said,
drink.
or whatever they would have said back in the 2000s.
Who you
I think
calling
they would
a
have said
soft
to
drink?
do the do.
Dude, this is gonna be gamerific if I do say so myself.
True.
Oh boy, let's go.
Huff, thank you for reminding me. I have a 2-liter of A&W root beer in the back of my car, and I need to get it out of there because
I
it's been
thought
in
you
there
were
for
gonna
like a
say
week.
vodka, and I don't know why.
I cannot drink that anymore.
I got a
And you know
2-liter
this.
of vodka. Let me start drinking that.
Yeah.
You know,
I would if I
looked this
could.
up. Mountain Dew's original slogan from the 1950s was "Yahoo Mountain Dew, it'll tickle your innards."
Why?
Okay.
That is a very 1950s slogan.
Ooh boy.
All right, so
All right.
Super Smash Brothers.
You know it, you love it.
We're here
Smash.
today to talk about
It'll
a-
tickle your innards.
a top 25 requests that we have for characters. Now, these aren't necessarily our exact top 25, but these are all characters that we decided we really wanted to put here and talk about. And the way we're going to go through this is we're going to go from left to right, and then down to the next row, and then left to right. So it's going to go Huff, me, Shantae and Gex, Creeks, Snazzy, and then Delzathan, and then we will repeat.
It should be fun. I feel like when we put this together, I think all of us kind of. I'm sure we're gonna have very different rosters because I approach this as ultimate. Everybody's coming back, like just throwing stuff at the wall, like stuff that I like.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah,
did a
whereas,
couple things.
okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll say I did a couple
on.
things that I think were for. I'm like, well, it's fan stuff and it'd be nice to have, and I tried not to get like too absurd with it. But like, yeah, I'm really excited to see what everyone did for this assignment.
Yeah, whereas
Because like our rules weren't well defined. I'm sorry, I cut you off like 12 times. I just having a cup of coffee.
No.
You go.
I don't always know when to come in on these kinds of roundtable discussions. Don't worry, it's a learning experience.
You're good.
So my most wanted list at any given time tends to be on the smaller side, and I tend to remove characters who I don't feel have a realistic possibility at the moment. So what I ended up doing was filling in quite a bit of my list with characters I think are worth talking about, even if they're not necessarily at the top of my list. So and also because people tend to get around me when I go full brain rot with this stuff, so I'm showing restraint today.
Yeah.
But I will bring up some of my more out there ideas when it's on topic, when it's relevant, when I'm talking about characters who are related to them in some way. But I'm going to try and keep things reasonable, though I am partially coming from the angle of that Smash 6 might be a reboot, since, as you know, I did a video on the topic back in late October, one that turned out to be pretty popular. So,
started a lot of people discussing that and making their own rosters and stuff, throwing the idea around.
yeah, it became excuse me. This is why I read off scripts for my videos.
No, it's
You're good.
perfectly
Don't worry
fine.
about it.
I'm
Yeah,
really
you're
bad off
great.
script. For everybody in the call right now, make sure to tune into my screen recording so that you guys can see the update, the PSD live, so that you don't have to wait
How
to
do I
watch
do that
the
again?
stream preview. Just hover over me and then click on
Works
me.
as live.
What stream it says.
Yeah. For reference, I am the person who put this together for all of us. And I gave people pretty loose rules just because I wanted people to do what they wanted. I wanted a variety of things. I basically proposed this as just being, this doesn't have to be your top 25. This is just 25 ideas you like for characters.
Yeah.
The
I've
only
definitely
real
done a
rule
mix
was just-
definitely done a mix of characters I think should be in, characters I want to see, and just brain rot choices.
I just had fun. There were two characters that I kept having Huff change, like literally until a couple hours ago. I'm all like, go with this one, and I don't even remember what I landed on it. So we're gonna see. It's gonna come up. I'm gonna be like, that's what I did.
Yeah. Ultimately, mine. The order that we have in terms of person is just in order that we have the lists. Or I got the lists. aside from I got Dell's before Snazzy, I don't know why I put Dell's last. And since I knew everybody's lists, I kind of decided to go like a bit more out there with my choices because let's be real, we're all gonna talk about certain characters. There are some characters that everybody out there knows. Like in chat, everybody knows like Crash Bandicoot and Waluigi are popular choices. Stuff like that. So I decided to go more
Waluigi. I forgot.
Yeah. I more so went with ideas that I thought would be fun to bring up, whether or not I think they're likely or at all possible.
Yeah, but I think right before we start, then though, we should, because there's a lot of new people joining here who weren't in the last stream.
Yes.
So, Slink, do you want to let everyone know what we're doing?
Okay. This is a charity stream. We're raising money for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. The donation link is in the chat pinned right there. You can also scan the QR code on the screen right now. The Prevent Cancer Foundation helps support initiatives to prevent cancer, of course, and also for cancer research. So they're a great cause. It's been a very important thing for me lately, personally. And I have worked with them before, and they're extremely professional. Your money's going to a great place. So just donate if you can, and if not, we would appreciate it if you could like the stream and share it around. Boosting the signal helps too.
Yeah. Alright. Shall we jump onto this then? Because we got 6 rosters to get through.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
So
the way
let's
that
talk about.
yeah, the way that we have it formatted right now is that we're going to go over everybody's 25th number, then 24th, and go from there.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure everybody
That
was
is
on
not
same page.
where I planned to go with it. I kind of listed. I have mine listed not in order of favorite, but in order of like the order I thought they would be placed in on the roster.
Yeah, yeah, I tried bringing that up with Nanten specifically because I had their roster completely backwards originally.
yeah.
And
I mean,
that's
yeah.
why I kept checking in with people like, "Hey, is this the way you wanted it?" And I've been very busy this week, so my
I wasn't
communication was not great.
I wasn't aware that's the order we were doing things.
I'm gonna say, do we want to
we
flip
better
Dell's
get
around
going
then?
because the longer this goes, the less time we'll have for Ninja Gaiden 3 on the Wii U, which I know is what everybody's actually here for.
Yeah, that is the biggest part of the stream.
Big draw.
If you
Most
want me
anticipated.
to, I can open yours in reverse order.
That
That's
could work.
real easy. That's real easy.
Like yeah, like if we start from like we start from like the top and such, or I guess we'll
yeah, I'll
Yeah.
go
Top
the regular
topic.
order for everyone else, and then I'll open yours from the top.
all right.
That works.
Yeah, I think that works. Yeah, let's do that.
Though, are we
I
going
don't
to start with
remember my order,
the
and I
are
don't
we-
care.
Although, are we going to start with the center character on everyone's?
No, that one's
No,
in the
it-
middle. That one is going
Yeah.
to be the 13th round, which is my favorite round.
Yeah,
Oh
the middle.
boy.
Yeah, the middle is the 13.
Okay. I just wanted to know because of the context.
Yeah,
I think all the rosters I think are starting from like the bottom right.
Bottom right,
I think,
yes.
and then working
Yeah.
their way up. Which Dell's yours will start in the top left and go the other way.
I kind of forced Dell's hand on that positioning for that character because
Ah.
it's funny.
I know
And
why.
you'll see when it gets revealed. I don't want to give any more context until then.
Consider that a tease for things to come, chat.
The funny.
Oda level
All right.
foreshadowing.
Chat,
Shall we start with Huff?
if you can't donate to Tiltify, you can donate through Super Chat. We will put that into a Tiltify donation for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do it that way as well. If you donate through Super Chat, then I'll just donate through.
Yeah.
using
Yeah, worth
PayPal and
pointing out, we will be donating any of the super chats and all of the ad revenue for these
Yeah.
streams
Yes.
into the Tiltify.
stuff. Mhm, mhm.
All right.
Okay,
thank you
so
very much.
should
We're
we
going to
start?
start with Huff.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh wow. That ironic. Yeah. Rayman. This one is just a me pick. Very obvious choice. Very popular choice. I personally don't think he offers a lot in terms of like a super unique moveset, but I don't think everybody needs to do that. But
Yeah.
in terms of platforming and mascots, he is the biggest one that I would like to see remaining. kind of don't really have much to say about Rayman, to be honest,
I mean,
unfortunately.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's not a lot to
Alright,
say
it's
about
kinda
it. It's just a
there.
lovely guy.
Where's the $5
Yeah,
off?
Yeah, I was working on it. I was typing that up when you posted it. I'm like, God damn it, the joke doesn't work now.
I don't think Rayman's the most exciting character, but I do feel like he's one of those characters that would not piss a lot of people off. And I feel like that's very rare in Smash fandom. Everyone would be like, okay, Rayman.
I mean, Rayman's a very likable character. I don't think
He
there's a
is.
lot of people that like just hate Rayman.
Mhm.
Unless they're
He
like
was so
specifically
close
just
to
have a
being
problem
on the
with
Super
Ubisoft,
Nintendo,
which
too.
is very understandable.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
thing is, he started out as a character planned for a SNES game. He's had an on and off history with Nintendo. He hasn't been very active lately, aside from that DLC campaign in Mario vs. Rabbids Sparks of Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, rather.
Mhm.
But he still has a legacy. He's a character that I think wouldn't be very disliked if he did get in. I think he's worth keeping an eye on for Smash 6, and he does have enough moveset potential while not. Now, while it's not like super impressive or groundbreaking, he certainly has the moves to fill out a moveset, to do his own thing. He's got kind of a unique premise with his detachable limbs to kind of have this unusual footsies or disjoint zoner moveset, depending on how he was built. Like, the potential is there.
Oh yeah, the animation potential for Rayman is off the charts, just in terms of like the way that you can work with such a bouncy, fun character design, making move around and stuff. It's worth noting, for people that haven't watched many of our roster streams in the past, something that we like to do on these streams, Huff, me, and Slink in particular, because we all come from the same sort of sub-community and spend a lot of time in there, so we just kind of know and talk to each other a lot. We like to kind of coordinate things on our rosters a little bit, so that if there is a choice that we're not too attached to and other people have it, we will, like, Huff will
Let
usually
them have it.
Yeah, Huff will act as the middleman. He generally knows what's on everybody's roster because he helps like get everything together, and he will like have all of the spoilers for what everybody else has, so that he can bounce between and be like, hey, this person also has that. Do you want to swap that out for something else? Just we have like another thing to talk about.
Rayman was
More
on a
variety.
version of
Yeah.
buying.
I was
also,
bringing that up because Rayman was also
jumping
on
ahead,
mine for
there
a
was
little bit.
jumping ahead. There was one point where I'm all like, "Hey, did everybody add this character?" He's like, "We have 3 of them." I'm all like, "Screw that! I'm adding the other Activision platforming mascot."
Chat, let me know if that sound was loud, because it's loud on my end, but that's fine.
What
We
sound
have
is it?
$10 from Hyleo. It's not
Nice.
much, but every little bit helps. By the way, Rayman being cool hinges on whether or not Nintendo and Sakurai actually have stock in the IP/character IMO, which is kind of unfortunate because he's my fave Scrunko candidate. Thank you.
He is a lovable
It should
Scrunko.
also be noted that his name ends with man, which I think is important. It's an important thing to note.
Did you?
True.
Huff, did you?
I did that. I
Okay.
did that.
Okay.
Anything that
Anyway.
comes from anything that, just to make my life easier, anything that gets donated through the super chat, I will just donate it through.
Okay.
to
Understandable.
Yeah.
Alright. So
And
anyway,
I'll write super chat.
I think we should probably keep momentum going here.
Yes,
We got
I
Yeah.
agree.
25 characters to talk about per person, and only some of them are going to
Somebody
overlap,
just asked
so
for
we should
Shantae.
hustle.
Somebody just asked for Shantae. You're in
Shantae,
luck.
there you
She's
go.
right here.
Man with danger.
Shantae,
I
Game Boy-
really like
Game Boy Color
Shantae.
alum.
I have a plush here on my desk. It's right there. I'm biased. I really like Shantae's games, most of them at least. And I have been kind of wanting her since the Smash 4 days, when the developers themselves made a push for people to vote for her. I just think that she's I just think that she's very fun, and
decision.
it's another female character, so that's good.
All right, so I already see Sub J Ray in the chat being like, all 25 of them for Nanten is Gex. Well, we're gonna see, because you're in luck. No, it's the other one, Slink. You've done it. I guess he put it wrong.
He put it in the wrong order. He put it in the wrong order.
Huff, you had one job.
What did I do?
You put Gex below instead of above.
I activated them in the wrong order. That was he did nothing wrong. It was me.
I'm gonna be honest. I got up to go get a drink, and I was like, "Yeah, they aren't gonna need me."
Oh, the meme is ruined.
It is, especially because the Gex. I actually did
Years
forget.
of academy
I forgot
training.
so I had a big problem with trying to get 25 on the roster because I kept having for reasons that will become clear later, but I knew I had to get Gex somewhere, so I thought I'd throw him out there now. But actually, my most wanted character for Smash Brothers is Takamaru. Takamaru is just... so I've kind of put mine in... I thought I'd just get all of the obvious ones out of the way first, and then get more out there as we go on. So I just wanted to start with Takamaru because he is my most wanted character in Super Smash Brothers.
Interesting.
I think it's time for him. I think that all of the initial reasons Sakurai had for not including him, which is really just one reason, people in the West weren't familiar with him. I mean, between Nintendo Land and just all the little appearances he's done over the years, the fact that I believe his game has become available 3 times on Wii U, 3DS, and now on Nintendo Switch.
Wii U was Japan.
Wii U was Japan only, yeah.
Okay.
But
it was on 3DS.
Yeah, it was on 3DS, yes. Now it's on NSO.
Is this game on NSO?
Yeah, it's now on
It is
NSO.
now.
It was
Yeah,
added
they added it like a
2
month
months
ago.
2 months ago?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I think the only thing really holding Takamaru back is there's just a lot of samurais in video games.
On the other hand,
How many
we don't
samurais
really have...
are there at Smash?
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't really
No,
have
I'm saying there's a lot of other
samurai style
options
in
that he has to
Smash.
compete.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, there are,
There's-
but a lot of those samurais aren't Nintendo properties, and I feel like unless there's a really important samurai who's a third party, Takamaru is the best candidate. And I can't really think of any important
Or unless
samurai
the most
third parties.
popular, or unless the most popular Fire Emblem character not in Smash happens to be a samurai.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
Lindis is a
Don't worry.
samurai.
I've got that.
It's a bit complicated, but
Yeah.
I mean, if she shows up on someone else's list, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
And that's the thing with Takamaru is you're correct that the biggest thing that held him back in Smash 4 was fears that he wouldn't be recognized enough. But I think that's been alleviated at least part way between his game being available internationally more easily and him appearing as an assist trophy in 2 Smash games in a row now. I think enough Westerners know who he is. Hey, he's that cool-looking samurai guy who swings his sword really fast and tosses different projectiles and such. And I think the
It's
potential
funny
is there
because-
for him to be a interesting retro newcomer next game, if there is space for them to do that. There wasn't an ultimate because everyone is here took up so much dev time that they weren't able to add as many newcomers. But
Yep, they can change that for the next game. And I think
I also
of
think
all
it's
the retro
interesting
picks,
that Takamaru
the most
is we say he's a samurai because he is a samurai, but from a gameplay perspective, I feel like he takes all of those ninja tricks too with invisibility.
It's
and
true. He does.
lightning.
Yeah, he uses the scrolls.
Absolutely,
and the
he's a
shurikens.
very projectile zoner character.
Yeah. Well, Mysterious Murasame Castle is effectively a shmup, just that one that plays like a Zelda game. So it's just
It's
incorporating
very
elements of
different.
that into it.
Yeah, if they were to make a new version of it that wasn't completely reimagining the formula, like as a 3D game or something, I feel like it would be almost like a twin stick type of game, like move and then aim. You know,
So
Vampire
you know what's
Survivors.
really funny? You know what Nintendo franchise they revived with the gameplay style of Murasame Castle? Yeah, that's right. It's Kid Icarus. The ground stages on Kid Icarus Uprising play like
Yeah.
3D Murasame Castle.
It's true. But there's lots they could do with Murasame Castle. Obviously, Warriors Team basically remade the game in Samurai Warriors 3. Which I suppose is an option, but you could take it in various different ways, depending on who you want it. Obviously, Platinum Games also expressed interest at one point.
Suda 51 expressed
Doing it.
interest.
Suda 51.
Yeah, there's been
Yeah,
there's been a lot of internal attempts to get a new Murasame Castle game off the ground, and we just haven't seen anything.
It will happen eventually.
Yeah, it's one of those things that will happen
match.
eventually. It's just we don't know what form it's going to be.
To me, definitively, one of the things that makes Takamaru such an interesting character to discuss for something like this is after we got Kid Icarus Uprising, a lot of people have been kind of asking for a reinvention of a old retro Nintendo IP in the same vein for a modern era, and we don't really get things like that often, and it's always fun in the gaming industry when we do get something, something that's very old comes back in a new way, completely reinvented for a new era. And what makes Murasame Castle so interesting is I've seen so many pitches that I think are all really cool and interesting that are so stylistically, thematically, and mechanically different from each other in terms of what people would like to see. I've seen twin stick gameplay that is more like the original. I have seen make something that is more like a slightly more action-oriented 3D Zelda. I have seen people say, make it something like Yakuza Ishin. I have seen so many different concepts. I've seen people say, make it look like the Samurai Warriors version. Make it look like the old anime art. There is a lot that you can do with something like this, and because it's not as common as it used to be to just get, oh hey, it's that character from that 80s or 90s video game, but they've just been redesigned and reinvented for this modern thing that we're doing. It's really fun to kind of think about the possibility of how they could adapt a character that doesn't have modern source
they can do what they want.
I
remember when Sakura Samurai came out for the 3DS, people were like, that should be a Takamaru game, and then I looked at the game.
IGN reported it. IGN reported it as a Murasame Castle game when it was first announced.
Really?
Yeah, I found the old article. When it was announced only in Japan at the time, there were new Murasame Castle game announced. And to be fair, if you look at it without being able to read Japanese or anything, it does kind of look like the one.
It's
a stylistic
really funny.
update.
It's really funny that you said Sakura Samurai, because I've also seen people try to claim that Harmo Knight was supposed to be a Murasame Castle game. And it's how?
Yeah, that one's not quite right.
Do you know what? Really fast, because I don't want to waste too much time, but I want to waste just enough time. You know what I've always wanted is for them to redo Star Tropics, but make it just a parody of those heavily scripted Uncharted style adventure games. Just play it very straight, but have it set in that wacky ridiculous world, so everyone's treating it like it's a real thing, but it's just off the walls. Anyway, sorry, I just
okay, guys,
we should get a move
we
on.
have 2 hours and 20 minutes, guys. We're on character 3.
Okay, Creeks.
This overruns and overruns.
Let's
go to Creeks.
Okay, fun fact, I don't know what this is going to be. Okay, I guess Tails won.
Tails won.
So last night I was like, hey, Huff, I don't know what to do for my 25th character. I don't know whether to do Gordon Freeman or Iron Valiant. Flip a coin, and if it's heads, Gordon Freeman gets on. If it's tails, Iron Valiant gets on. Don't tell me until we start.
Okay.
So I added Iron Valiant just because I was like, hey, I don't really feel like I have enough. Because most of my first party characters are grab bag niche picks, because I love when fighting games include relatively niche or less used properties from their source companies, and bring them forth to a larger audience, do cool and interesting things with them in a new setting, or give love to franchises that probably don't have much going on outside of being crossover food, like Metroid or Darkstalkers obviously often get shoved into the position of, or Captain Falcon. And it's in that I was just kind of like, hey, if I'm doing a Pokemon just because I feel like I should have something on here, I was thinking about probably going to be a Gen 9 Pokemon, just because that's what's new and interesting. Meowscarada is, or not new and interesting, but new and relevant. Meowscarada is not really something that appeals to me that heavily. I think they could be cool, but the obvious choice wasn't really doing it for me. So I was looking through the big Gen 9 Pokemon, and I was like, maybe a Paradox Pokemon, but which one do I look? And I found Iron Valiant. I was like, oh right, Iron Valiant is super sick actually visually. Love robots, love the Gardevoir Gallade lines, and this blends both of those things together into a really cool design with a very interesting sort of twin blade weapon that they are carrying with them. We don't have actually... I don't think we have, because Lucario doesn't use bones or anything. I don't think any Pokemon character in Smash at the moment is a weapon user, unless you count Greninja's
well, we
Smash
could have
attacks.
got one from Gen 8, but so much for that.
So it's really interesting just having this very robotic, super serious weapon user warrior thing from the future, and it's also really fun because the Ralts line from Gen 3 is, I think, undisputably one of the most iconic and popular evolutionary lines in the entire Pokemon franchise, but it hasn't really had much of a chance to shine in the spotlight in Smash because Gen 3 has long passed at this point, and it would probably be somewhat clunky to implement Gardevoir or Gallade with their base designs into Smash as playable characters on their own. Given what they typically do and the move pools that they have access to. So this is a fun way to kind of get that into the game in a way that is also a fresh new take on it.
That's interesting. I admittedly skeptical on the chance Iron Valiant would actually have of making the roster.
Oh, for sure.
I do think the moveset potential is there, and I think at bare minimum, it's definitely a character we should keep an eye on if Pokken 2 ever happens.
Yeah, Iron Valiant, it does feel like a Pokken type character, doesn't it? I do like its shiny form. It's just pure silver robot shiny form.
Oh, very cool alt right there.
All right,
Snazzy, are you there?
I'm here. What are we doing? Dixie Kong! Yeah, this was a choice that there are choices that I like, and there's choices that I want to make other people happy. That's I just feel like they're, I was somebody that was involved on Smash boards in different forums all the way back to Brawl speculation. And there's just a couple characters, and I tried to include, 4 or 5 of them, maybe 3 or 4, I don't remember anymore what my roster is exactly, that I feel like we're just the last characters that really had these kind of strong local fan bases back in the day, and I just would really love for these people, especially if we do have everyone is back, because it's kind of weird if Diddy or K. Rool aren't there and you bring Dixie in. But in this hypothetical world where I'm just bringing in whoever, I feel like Dixie's a solid pick. I feel like more Donkey Kong representation is good. I feel like another female character, a Nintendo icon, was just in a $1 billion movie. It has pretty solid moveset potential. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for the $25 donation from Twilord. Cool event, great cause. I'd love to see Agumon with automatic attacks like Sonic's homing attack and Palutena's auto reticle, since the V-Pets love auto combat. Also, branching evolution based on playstyle that gives stall tactics. I think they tried to type a lot more, but it got cut off. Thank you for your donation. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's going to a great place.
So Dixie Kong is really interesting because I think.
I can see the whole thing on here. Branching evolutions based on playstyle that gives stall tactics to Numamon.
Okay.
With a failed Evo. Sorry, I just wanted to finish the thing. Go back to this.
It's Dixie Kong. You could argue that she is one of the biggest glaring absences from the Smash roster so far. She's a popular character. A lot of people think she's cool. Donkey Kong series has done a lot. It also hasn't been very active lately, which probably is a big reason why she hasn't made it yet, along with the fact that K. Rool was there and kind of
out of all of the
roadblocking her.
Out of all of the franchises you're going to talk about today, how many of them are about to have a giant section of a theme park opened?
Yeah, that's the thing, but DK is also going to become relevant again soon because of this theme park expansion. And Dixie's in an interesting spot because I think she could work as a distinct newcomer or an Echo Fighter of Diddy, based on what would work best to still include her on Smash 6's roster, if at all possible. Like, that's another direction the devs could go in as a way to still throw her fans a bone. And I think that helps her case more because there are multiple ways she could be implemented.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with this, and I was going to raise this point when we eventually get to her on mine, because she is on mine as well. But I've done something slightly different. But let's we can get to mine soon by jumping to Dell's next. So
as previously mentioned, I did not realize we were going to put these in like order of how much we wanted them, so I listed mine in like a roster order instead. So I started with the Marioverse characters, most of them. But and the one I decided to mention first is none other than Waluigi. You know, while I think he'd be kind of cool, but I also think that that finally including him, finally elevating him from the dreaded low assist trophy role would be one way Smash 6 could appeal to some fans. Go, hey, look who we finally included. And he's got plenty of stuff to work with. He's got plenty of moveset potential as long as you implement him in the right ways. I've seen so many fan movesets that just kind of lean hard on the memes, but I think that really sells him short as a character. You know, Waluigi is this apparent nobody who looks at Mario and Luigi and sees how famous and popular they've become and resents that he's not popular like them. And he's also convinced that the only way anyone really gets to anywhere big and important in life is by gaming the system, so he might as well do the same thing. So, for my moveset back in late 2020, that video I made, if you want to go dig out that old fossil, I leaned in on that by giving him a lot of ways to kind of cheat the very conventions of Smash itself in different ways. Like having a neutral special where he smuggles in an item box from outside the game that has one of a few specific items, including several that are unique to him. Or, for example, I had other weird unconventional stuff, like his forward smash sends at a more vertical angle than horizontal, while his up smash sends at a more horizontal angle than vertical. I also worked in moves that I'm tripping over my words. This is why I read off scripts. But I also included moves that kind of that emphasizes mean-spirited, spiteful nature. Like when he grabs someone for his pummel, he does that double eye poke that the Three Stooges used to do all the time. And or for his down throw, he kicks his opponent's legs out from under them, forcing them to trip. Which also serves a mechanical purpose because it's just like Snake's down throw, where suddenly it inherently sets up 50-50 situations that he could confirm off if his player was smart, while being completely in character by being such a hater move.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Waluigi being this sort of conniving cheater type, I think, is a very good way for him. I think making him very silly as well. It adds to that sort of charm that he has.
Yes, and just to cut in real quick, there's one other thing I think that chat will really appreciate. One other detail I came up with. So like, my idea for his taunts was they'd all be really over the top and kind of trollish. Like, you know, he'd have one where he'd kind of point and laugh at an opponent and then do the loser, or one where he does it, or one where he takes this, you know, dramatic pseudo-romantic pose with that rose he brings out during his victory animations and spin-offs all the time. But his taunts would also have about a 1 in 8 chance for him to flub it and have the joke be on him instead. So like maybe the taunt where he points and laughs at an opponent, he has a chance of it devolving into a coughing fit instead. Or maybe when he tries to pose with the rose, he stumbles and drops the rose instead. So while he may have these really trollish taunts, there's a chance that the joke will end up being on him instead, which is very Waluigi.
It is extremely Waluigi. I do think that there are some people that like to use the idea that because obviously Nintendo would probably not take a bunch of direct references from, you know, super moves that he has in sports games and just make a moveset out of that, and I don't think they should. But there's people that use the fact that you would have to make a lot of things up for his moveset as a negative. I think it's actually one of the biggest positives for his character, because one of the biggest strengths of Waluigi is that pretty much everything that we know and like, assuming that you like the character, of course, these days about Waluigi is in some way or another made up. A big part of Waluigi's modern popularity came from the interpretations that came in things like the Walter comic that that comic artist should make, or Brawl in the Family. They're things that were made up by people to explain, parts of Waluigi's character or attempt to give him depth through fan works that ultimately ended up getting referenced multiple times by Nintendo's social media presence. There is like the fact that Waluigi himself was just created as an OC for a sports game. He was made up by an external non-Nintendo studio. He's literally a vaudeville comedy character. He was based on a character from a trio of anime characters that are just these comedic villains, created to be a henchman side character to someone else by an artist that didn't even really work for core Nintendo at the time. He's such a character that has maintained the staying power despite, like, even in a meta sense, he's a very underdog character, which bleeds so much into the heart of who he is, why he was designed, and I think why people like him so much. Waluigi is... because there is like so much that you can kind of say about the fact that that design started where it is and has made it this far and has gone from like the being a footnote in the cast that was just made up for a tennis game to being such a staple part of both internet culture and the franchise itself. He is, and just the fact that he's a really funny, just hilarious and charming personality in the games that he does appear in. I think he's unironically just become one of my favorite fictional characters, and his presence, I think, is just something that warrants him being here in a way.
All right, but do you have something quick to say? We should probably keep moving here.
I was going to say something quick.
Yes.
It actually transitions to the next character if you want me to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
do it.
Okay. Something I would like to say about Waluigi is that I think something good about him is what you were talking about, Creeks, about how you have to interpret him quite a bit to make a more interesting moveset and come up with unique ideas, like the eye poke and such. Because I think that, generally speaking, the more creative you get with a character and less pulling references, the better the design is. And I think that actually is kind of why some of the characters on my roster tend to be more interpretive and straight references. And yeah, this next one is kind of just the epitome of that. And Creeks, we were literally discussing about this, Goober.
Is it the one that we both wanted to have?
Yes.
Okay.
So I wanted to represent Metroid on this list, and I like the idea of Raven Beak, but I think his time has kind of passed. I like Emmy, and I do think that there is a chance that the Emmys will come back. And I do think that is a better and more evocative character for Dread as a whole. But what is the most well-known thing about Metroid after Samus?
Mother
Oh
Brain.
no.
The Metroids.
No.
What are you?
No, it's definitely
what are
Mother
you
Brain.
dealing with
Made in a
this?
jar.
The Metroids are the most iconic thing. So,
It's
how
I want
how
you
do
to
you
know.
make the Metroids playable? Slink, show 'em off. Omega Metroid.
I want you to
Wow,
know.
can't
I
say I was
told
expecting that.
I told him I wanted to do this, but there was a similar character that I thought would take from it, and he was like, "Don't worry, I want to do it. I will do it for you."
I had that other character, and then I said, "No, I'm getting rid of them. We both of them are going to be on the roster."
Yeah, because we were both of us were initially going to have both of those characters, and we just said, "Okay, no, screw it. I'll do one, you do the other."
Yeah. Doing
Ours-
this, like, you have to work with the size a bit to, like, shrink them down, but being an evolved form of... I'm treating it like it's a fucking Pokemon.
Yeah.
Being the more evolved form of the Metroid
Kind of
allows
is.
it to mimic and display a lot of the characteristics of the Metroid, while also doing a lot more unique that the Metroids can't really do in themselves, because they are just kind of a fucking parasite.
Yeah.
Isn't Dark Samus already a Metroid?
I mean,
Sort of.
yeah, but
Yeah,
is Dark
it's
Samus
possible.
playable in this game? I don't think so.
Samus already a Metroid.
Okay, you know what? Actually,
Yes,
that's the
it's
better
true.
answer.
Yeah.
That's the better answer.
Samus is playable.
Exactly.
Best thing about Omega Metroid is just a really interesting body shape. It is really
Yep.
xenomorphian in nature.
And if you think about it, we kind of don't really have a character in Smash that is just a feral beast.
I like what you're talking about. We don't have like this.
But
But I mean, Ridley. I mean, I know Ridley has an intelligence to him, but he also shares a similar body plan. And I think this is a good character choice. I'm not like
Yeah, it's here for a fun
Yeah.
idea because I've never seen anybody talk
Yeah.
about this.
yeah. But
You gotta admit-
but I do feel like Ridley does cover some of that because Ridley is very, especially
Yeah,
in Smash.
he does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's large. He's got the claws. He's got the gangly build.
Yeah.
I think the big like difference there is that like the Omega Metroids are a lot more grounded and they're much heavier.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Shadowlink.
Okay. I don't remember the order of half of these things anymore, so...
Let's
Oh,
talk
hey,
and
it's
talk about it.
Keelik from Soul Calibur.
Wow.
Oh man, Keelik! I'm a Keelik main. Wasn't he the main character in 6?
He's the
5?
main
How many
character
Soul
of
Caliburs
1
are there?
and 6.
1 and 6, yeah.
Yeah.
But 6 is just
the
a
main
remake
character of Soul
1.
Calibur 1?
Yeah.
Was he the main character of
Yeah.
Soul Calibur 1?
Well,
Yeah,
there's
yes.
there's
He's the
multiple
main-
main characters of Soul Calibur 1, but
Yeah,
he is
no, 'cause I
definitively
feel-
the main character of 6.
Because I feel like in Soul Edge it was kind of Sophitia and
It's Siegfried,
what's his
isn't
name?
it? In
That becomes
Soul
Nightmare,
Edge?
and Siegfried.
Siegfried,
Yeah, in Soul Edge it was Siegfried because Siegfried wins, and in the,
Mhm.
the second one, well, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, Siegfried,
He was definitely the main
because
character, like in the last
Siegfried,
one.
yeah, Siegfried was like the main character of the first one, and then he becomes sort of the villain, and then he becomes the main character again in 4, I think it is.
4, yes.
Soul
Yeah,
Calibur
yeah, 'cause-
4? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Soul
Yeah.
Calibur. Yeah.
I don't
anyway,
I don't recall
That's-
Keelik being the main
yeah.
character in the first
Yeah.
one.
But none of those
I mean, if
characters
you
are
say he
Killick.
is-
Sleek, tell us
Yeah,
about
yeah,
why
it
Killick's
does
stick
like
would be
Killick.
really funny.
Okay, so Keelik has a staff, which is very different from any other kind of weapon that's in Smash Brothers right now, because we've got a ton of bladed weapons, and believe me, I love swords, but just inherently, a weapon without any sharp bits has to be handled differently and play differently. And the staff is one of the things that I've wanted for a while, and there are a few other characters that could have a staff. I just have Keelik here because I see a lot of people pushing for Nightmare from Soul Calibur, and that's more evocative of the entire series, but it's also just a guy with a big sword. So
I do
I
love
like
a guy with a big
Cervantes
sword.
because he's a pirate. And how many pirates do we have? Kind of K. Rule.
Ridley.
Yeah, Ridley's
Ridley.
space pirate.
Yeah.
They added
Um,
2
If I
whole
were
pirates.
to go with a staff character, I'll get back. Let me think.
Yeah,
About it.
get back to
Yeah,
it. Yeah,
I,
go on.
I played Soul Calibur 6. I actually really enjoyed the short little campaign they made for what it was, and that made me really like Keelik as a character. And so I thought, hey, if Namco gets another franchise in Smash again, it might most possibly just be Soul Calibur or Tales of, but it's probably just gonna be one of the two. And I, for Soul Calibur, would really like Keelik.
Yep, I think that's fair. I think
Yeah.
Keelik's a good choice. He's one
Valid.
of my favourite Soul Calibur characters, so I'd love to see
Yeah,
him. I too also want to see someone with a long staff in the game.
Don't take that out of context.
Do take it out.
What are you
of
talking about? I'm
context.
already clipping it.
Oh no!
Mulligan, do over.
You've
Well-
been blackmailed.
Well, mine's next, and thankfully with mine, we can pretty much skim over it because we've already had a
Oh,
deep
you know who I
dive
would
about
do? The
Waluigi.
The hero from the first Suikoden game. That's who I would use. I was thinking.
Okay.
Like, who-
Bubba based.
So we can move over from Waluigi because I think we've already sort of really explained him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've
yeah,
gone in
let's
depth.
see, right?
Yeah,
Let's
he's the
find
next
out.
Ridley K. Rule type character that everyone wants
Yeah.
to see in. So I think he's very likely.
What's up for
and-
Creeks?
Yeah.
Freaks!
Oh,
Niki!
True.
That's a good choice. It's
Extremely based.
So, last few characters. So the last 3 characters on my top 25 were basically just me throwing out first-party concepts that I thought would be fun. Because I was like, I want to have a few more first parties on here, and so Ozzy pointed out, "Yo, the Creek's brain rot." So anybody that knows me knows that I think that this design is really cute, and have for I think 10 years now since this design was first introduced as a me with the original swap note. The way that the implementation of the assist trophy was handled is, to me, really fun. And I had a fun idea for a concept where it's like, hey, People love the idea of. There's a lot of people that have asked for Maxwell from Scribblenauts. Like, what if there was just a character that had sort of a similar thing where they are, they've got a notepad and can just run around the stage. Brushstroke on the notepad creates like kind of a swipe in front of them, like a an Okami basically. And then specials are just she can draw things, little sketches, and it will just summon out basically things that will like fly around or go forward, little objects like an item that she can hold and throw at people. It is inherently such a fun and creative concept for a fighting game character. It feels much more like something that would happen in like it's more of a choice that would be made in something like a versus Capcom game than a choice that would be made in a game like Smash, which has a very different philosophy for designing and creating its characters. But it's such a cute concept, and I really liked the ideas that I had in my head for it that I just wanted to put it on the top 25.
I like that choice. I think Niki's a great candidate.
Snazzy. Bandana Waddle.
Everything I said about Dixie Kong, just say that again. It's literally the same situation. Maybe not the most exciting choice as a Kirby rep, but the next logical inclusion. It's a huge series that's growing. He does have moveset potential. People like him. He's Bandana Waddle Dee. Hooray!
Yeah, like
this is the most overdue character for Smash, and I do not really think there's anybody even remotely close.
Yeah, honestly, that's legitimately valid. I legitimately think Bandana Dee is the biggest glaring omission at this point, and I think if Ultimate had had a more typical amount of newcomers and not just 6, he'd have been a shoo-in. Like, he's got literally everything going for him. His argument for inclusion is even bigger now that he's had even more prominent roles since 2018, or the couple years beforehand, since they pick out most of the newcomers much earlier than a lot of people realize. And he's got the unique angle since he wields a pole arm. He's the harbinger, the standard bearer of the spear ability. And that's a weapon type we've seen very little of in Smash, just a few of Byleth attacks, and it's got an inherently different style to using it compared to a sword. And he can also incorporate other abilities and other bits of his own lore, bits of stuff the Waddle Dees have done. And as I imagine several people in chat have seen my recent Challenger Approaching episode from back in October, where I redid an old version of him, where I kind of did a version 2 of sorts of my Bandana Dee concept that tried to hone in on that whole lovable underdog vibe, to where he's not particularly flashy, he doesn't have these super hard-hitting stuff or mind-blowing abilities, but he manages to hold his own nonetheless through sheer skill and a willingness to use what he has to keep up with his friends, despite his lack of supernatural abilities.
Yeah, he's a gritty character. He does a lot.
Funny little dude. He's a
funny little dude.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this. I think Bandana Waddle Dee more than Dixie, but I think the two of them are characters that I wanted to include because I feel like they round out the series that they're from in a way that if the both of them are included, I don't need anybody else from either Donkey Kong or Kirby, although I would like other characters from those, and I think they could be great additions. I feel like once those two characters are in, I'm like, okay, we're good. If we have anybody else added, it's more of a bonus than anything.
Yeah, it's like how people were like, oh, cool, so we got Samus, Dark Samus, even though she's an Echo, and like Ridley. It's like, cool, we have all of the like necessary stuff for Metroid. Another thing worth pointing out is even like we mentioned Byleth using a spear earlier. The thing about that is Eredbar is also like closer to a glaive or halberd. We don't really have anybody in Smash that uses a straight up spear.
Okay,
and
shall
just
we
from
go
all
on
of
to
the games,
Tails
he has
next
so
one?
much moveset potential. Anyways.
So,
number 2.
Same up again. So, as you can see, I kept the ball rolling with Mario characters for another character who has a legitimate argument, but it's going to be tough because Mario has a major logjam going on as far as potential newcomers go. This is a character who is much easier to talk about right now as of the previous Nintendo Direct, because we have a remake of the Thousand Year Door coming, and discussing Paper Mario is not so divisive anymore. But I think this is a character with an entire scrapbook worth of moveset potential who could offer this quirkier, more unconventional take on the Mario moveset, who has plenty of his own abilities between his hammer and different badge abilities and all the various things he's done in his games. Though I took, with my moveset I did back in 2020, I took a bit of a different approach to him than I imagine most did. I see a lot of Paper Mario movesets that zero in on specifically the first 2 games, which kind of feels like they're making a statement about the rest of them. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. But I tried to incorporate elements of all of Paper Mario, because I think, even Color Splash and Origami King have some things going for them. So, I did stuff like, I had his neutral special be his recurring hammer throw / hurl hammer ability. His side special is a variant of Shell Toss. I did include some specific references to stuff like his up special is the Paper Plane, specifically from Thousand Year Door, or his forward tilt is the generic hammer swing, or his down throw is a condensed version of Power Bounce, where he just where he shoves his opponent onto the ground and jumps on them 3 times. Or like I even gave him a small little gimmick inspired by his games, where since jumping is one of his core attacks in the Paper Mario games, I made it so his footstool jumps deal damage.
That's pretty good.
And while I kept most of the moveset specific to what Paper Mario himself could do, I still wanted to include all the different partners and characters he's interacted with in some way, somehow. So I had them take part in his final smash. I didn't want to build the moveset entirely around specifically the partners, because I didn't want to rely on just a specific game in the series for his moveset to function. But Paper Mario has interacted with such a massive eclectic cast of characters that I said, hey, what if his final smash had him transport his opponent to the stage from the Thousand Year Door, where the curtain would rise and every character he's interacted with in the series history is sitting there in the seats and they just dogpile the opponents. I thought it would be a fitting way to kind of celebrate everything Paper Mario has done and include all of that.
The idea of the opponent getting transported there just being like this pause where they're just standing there looking at the audience, and then just all of them fucking
it's like,
at once.
Crap.
Final smash game. Get his ass.
Crushed to death by paper.
Damn. I'm gonna be honest. I've seen your videos on it, and I think that you have one of my more preferred interpretations of Paper Mario for Smash, because just being honest, the way that you should make Paper Mario is based around his adventuring abilities, like in the overworld, because I find, and on top of that, like the paper gimmicks, like doing some stuff with creative stuff with paper. I personally think the partner gimmick that a lot of people like to slap on him is actually pretty lame.
Yeah, I agree.
It's limiting.
Yeah, it feels
yeah.
It feels more like they're trying to say old Paper Mario good, new Paper Mario bad. It's not as simple as that.
It also
I think
feels
the
like
thing that
Sonic
makes him-
Squishy's down smash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
His-
I've also
his-
said this numerous
Yeah.
times before, and I'm gonna say it, and I don't give a shit if I really get hate. If you want a character in Smash Bros. For ulterior motives such as, hey, it will fix their home series, or make them more popular, and then their home series will use them more. Don't. Want a character because you want a character. Wanting it for an ulterior motive is really stupid and lame.
Yeah.
I think
like,
the unique thing when you get down to Paper Mario is that he's made out of paper, so if he's not doing stuff out of, if he's not turning into a paper airplane or rolling up, I mean, I understand there's the timed hits, there's the hammer, there's a lot of cool abilities from the game, but paper precedes Mario. It's the first thing.
Yeah.
Paper Mario.
Oh yeah, you want his like his paper thin mode, his spot dodge, the paper two.
Exactly.
I like the idea of up
The
tilt.
partners are tertiary.
I like the idea of up tilt being him just turning into a paper cone and jumping.
Yeah. There's literally an entire article on Source Gaming that I wrote in 2017 called "The Focus of Paper Mario is the Paper." That basically sums up my feelings on it.
Yeah, Paper
Also, it
Mario
would be
was
cool
in
to
one of
get
my early rosters, but then I decided to throw everything out and just go really heavy third party because I'm in it to win it, baby.
Speaking of which, we should keep moving here. We are
Yeah.
very slow.
Oh, thank you to $10 from APC. We have hit our first goal.
Hooray!
Keep on donating. I will eventually raise the goal. But right now we're a bit very behind schedule.
First goal. Well, here's what we
okay. Yeah, let me just speed run this goober because I think that there really isn't much to say on him. Out of the Sonic characters, I personally think Knuckles is the one that just translates to a fighting game the best. Like, Shadow works very easily as a Echo semi-clone. Dr. Eggman, I've seen so many movesets for him, but I've never seen one where I've been like, fuck yeah, that's Eggman. Like, that, I haven't seen one that's really swayed me. And I think Knuckles is just not really discussed, even though I think he is just the one that translates the best.
What are you talking about? He's not discussed. He has an entire mod on Project M, man. Like, people,
it's so weird. I've seen that mod.
He's the assist trophy over like Tails and over Eggman.
I know, but I really
mod on
don't see
Ultimate
people talk
as
about
well.
him in terms of playability. It's always Shadow, Knuckles, or
Knuckles.
Shadow, Eggman.
Shadow, Knuckles.
It's always
Shadow
Shadow, Tails, and Eggman. And for some reason, I've seen more Amy.
I don't
He is
necessarily agree that Knuckles isn't talked about, given that he's the one that has all the mods on him. He even has an ultimate mod as well that gives him an entire moveset in Smash. I think
but it's the same PM mod.
I think
should,
Knuckles is the one Sonic character people want to have on there. But
Knuckles is weird because I feel like it is the one that like I do feel like he gets talked about in the Smash fan base, and I think he'd be a cool addition, but I don't feel like he's like I feel like he's like the next tier after Eggman and Tails. Like it's just I feel like he's on that with Amy, like right after. Like, you know, maybe that's just me. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Next up on mine, I don't know who it is. Oh, it's Dillon from Dillon's Rolling Western.
Dillon,
Oh wow, they'd
you
be
son of a
clones of
bitch.
each other.
No, I'll send you to the Shadow Realm. Anyway.
Dillon needs power defense stuff. Like his down B needs to be placing traps.
Dillon should, while he's like very quick and scrappy, and he has a lot of lunges and jumps, he should, at his core, be a trap character like Snake. Like that. That's what I want. I want him to properly represent his home series. That's also why I've decided for this icon not to use the Dead Heat Breakers version, because that's for one game, and while it is the most recent appearance of him, I feel like his classic appearance from the first two games is more evocative of the kind of game that the series overall is supposed to be.
I suppose his Dead Heat Breakers costume could be an alt.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
I've always thought just a slight aside before we move on, but I've always liked the idea of a platform fighter character that builds a structure on the stage that provides a benefit to them, and they have to defend it like while they are playing. I've always thought.
I have a character that uses pylons later. Anyways, let's keep going.
All right, so my next one is Dixie and Kiddy Kong.
Is that Is that fucking Kiddy Kong?
It is Kiddy Kong. I brought this up briefly when we were talking about Dixie Kong before, but like Dixie Kong obviously could be an echo for Diddy Kong. I always sort of push for her to be an echo for Diddy Kong because I think like they have similar moveset potential because thanks to Tropical Freeze giving her a gun, and like weight-wise and structure-wise and like just form-wise, Dixie's very similar to Diddy. And so I've always liked the idea of bringing back that co-op concept that was scrapped for Brawl and having like Dixie and Kiddy, giving you both the option of like Diddy and DK in one moveset. I think it would make them a bit more like varied and stand out. And this way you also get the original 4 heroes of the Donkey Kong Country series all represented in Super Smash Brothers as well. Like, I think Dixie and Kiddy works better than Dixie and Cranky. That seems a bit more of a random pairing, whereas Dixie and Kiddy actually have, like, history. So,
Yeah.
so they make more sense together. Plus, Kiddy's like a deep cut, technically, nowadays. So, gotta go for it.
Thank you for 2 $10 donations. One from Dusty, who says, how about a Nintendo mobile rep? Does Dragalia Lost finally get some love, or do we get the better Fire Emblem newcomer option in Kieran from Heroes? And Twilord, who has donated $10 and says, so what I am hearing is Dillon should be Sonic's Falkendorf. Okay, bud. All right. So, Creeps, what do you got next?
So, fun fact, this character is actually not Kieran from Fire Emblem Heroes.
I don't believe you.
True.
Yeah,
so
he
remember
just
earlier when we...
Walked out of the proverbial door.
We mentioned Nightmare earlier, and I said, hey, you could never go wrong with a big guy that has a really big sword. Here's a big armored guy that has a really big sword. Something that I really love in video games, probably not going to be a shock to people that know that my favorite franchise of all time is the Dark Souls franchise, but I love playable characters in video games that are just a big, heavy knight with armor that also happens to have, like, a large, imposing weapon. And I think Zelgius might just be, like, the mascot of that sort of status as far as Nintendo characters go, so I think inherently he would be a lot of fun. There's also a very fun PM mod for Zelgius, where he has a teleport, because a character that has super armor definitely needs a teleport.
He has it in the game, so
it's true. It's canon.
He uses warp powder to get around.
Yeah, I like the Black Knight as Ultra. I don't like people when they like, oh, he could be an Ike Echo. I never find that works really.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think he would work as an Ike Echo because Ike's fighting style is so different. Like, it's very unrefined. He received an incomplete version of his dad's fighting style and didn't get to learn it completely because, So suddenly having the Black Knight who learned a more complete version of that fighting style in the past suddenly use this unrefined version to mimic Ike wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. And like I
have
like
ideas
I think
who would
Black...
work as an Ike Echo.
I think the Black Knight is like probably the most iconic Fire Emblem villain in the series.
Well, not anymore.
Well, maybe, all right, maybe not anymore. I mean, like, all right, fair enough.
How dare you forget about iconic character Gangrel?
You're right. Damn. I think the Black Knight is one of the most... All right, I'll change it. I think he's one of the most liked villains in the series.
Well, okay,
I like Black Knight, and I'm not even a big Fire Emblem guy.
He's a compelling character.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd just like to let everyone know I've increased the goal by 100. Keep the donations coming. Thank you very much for all of your lovely donations.
Keep them coming, guys. Okay, now for the real Fire Emblem rep. Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no! That was... Okay, Takamaru. Damn it, I don't know the order of my picks.
I sent it to you yesterday!
No.
You think Sassy reads?
He's too old for that.
Yeah.
I had to pick between nearsighted and farsighted glasses, guys. I'm too old. Yeah, Takamaru.
So,
he's Takamaru. We talked about it.
So the good news is we can keep things rolling because my next character is also someone we've already talked about.
Hey,
you got Dixie Kong
really
here.
hoping that's where I put
There's going to be more of that as we go along.
Which will hopefully keep the pace going. But we've already gone over Dixie Kong. She's got a lot going for her. So, Huff, back to you.
Might as well get our first indie rep out of the way. A human, not the human, just one. So pick a human.
One of them.
Chara install.
You've not only gone with the moniker people like less, but it's not even correct.
Yep.
Nice.
I did that on purpose. I like
What a
causing
rebel.
problems on purpose. Although I do think other characters from Undertale objectively just work better as a character. I chose to put this here because I do think that they have enough going for them to make a compelling moveset, and I would be curious to see what they would do with it. That's kind of it. I just wanted to bring up, hey, there's other fuckers from this game you can talk about.
Chat,
They're not funny
Alucard is
skeletons.
the antagonist of Three Houses in every route except her own.
Yeah.
Anyway. Not the main antagonist, but an antagonist in all
Yeah,
three
she's
routes.
only the main antagonist in the Blue Lions route, but she is a antagonist.
Well, that's
in all the
that's
others.
because there are reasons for that I can't go over because spoilers. But there are reasons she ends up being the only one who kind of is still around to be the final boss of the route.
Yeah.
But I mean, she is an antagonist, but because she's also a lord, I never remember her as being.
So
an
my
antagonist.
counterpoint
But
is that I
anyway.
feel like we already have enough humans in Smash. So
Yeah, but here's the thing. This one isn't an
Got
anime
him.
human. This is a Scrimblow human. People are okay with that for some reason.
Apparently.
True.
It'll be anime
I guess
when
we
we
could
get
use
the
more
chart
Earthbound
installed.
reps anyway.
Yeah, we need another Earthbound character. It's been a while.
Oh my god. Alright, guys.
Okay, who's
Okay,
next?
anyway. Let's keep going.
Shadow Link. A great
Just sending a
Oh,
message
boy.
out for everybody.
We're going to get demonetized.
No, that's okay. It only happens if you do it in the first 5 minutes. Anyway, here's Travis Touchdown in his famous merchandise hoodie. So Travis is really cool. I love No More Heroes. All 3 games in the No More Heroes series. I didn't misspeak there. Anyway, so Travis is great. He is a weeaboo, so obsessed with anime and Japanese culture that he has become a samurai with a big lightsaber sword that he bought off the internet. But he has more going for that because also he is a professional wrestler. And he has won several tournaments and made a huge name for himself. So what I'm saying is we're giving Incineroar a sword.
That'll
What
make
could possibly go
million times
wrong?
better.
Give the
Finally,
grappler
good
a
is
disjoint.
Raw.
Yeah, exactly.
Also RNG elements with the gambling mechanic.
Oh yeah, that too. Also, No More Heroes 3 gave Travis a teleport.
Oh,
So he
and
can
also
actually-
a grab, long distance grab. Man
Yeah,
grab.
he has a
Basically-
long distance grab. I want to specify too. This teleport is a specific kind of teleport. It is literally teleports behind you.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
flash
and
grab.
dropkick. And dropkick.
Yeah, it is
Basically,
also
what we're
a
saying,
dropkick.
Chad. Yeah, basically what we're saying, Chad, is he likes anime so much he decided to become anime about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Travis.
uh,
He's a
all right.
character.
So my next character then is also one we've talked about. I decided to just have all of the popular characters, the more obvious picks up front. Although I'll be honest, out of everyone on my list, Bandana Waddle Dee is the one I'm like most comfortable cutting. So if anyone is really mad that Gex isn't actually on
harsh.
here, then I would put Gex over Bandana Waddle Dee.
I say just do that right now. Can we change that?
We can change it, yeah.
Oh,
Like I think
Extravaganza.
I do think Bandana Waddle Dee should like be in Smash. I do think like he's like along with Dixie Kong and Waluigi like the 3 most like the best next choices. But I just like I think there are better Kirby reps than Bandana Waddle Dee that I would like to see. He is just kind of on my list out of obligation for him to be here.
All right. Creeks.
True.
Yo.
Never heard.
If anyone's wondering, Waddle is a bit of a Source Gaming Discord group meme.
It
Oh, I'm
started
not
with
memeing.
me. That's the funny part.
It's, technically, it started with JCMZ. Was
Yeah,
the
but I was the
first
one that
person
got
was,
y'all to
like,
finally
that.
do it.
Yeah, you were the person that you were like, hey, I was like, hey, I'm buying some stuff. Like, do you have any recommendations for me? About 3 years ago, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, that Yeast 8 game that you keep telling me about is on sale. And he was like, play it, try the series. It's really good. 8 is a good place to start because most of these games are really disconnected from each other.
for like 2 decades.
So I'm like,
Why?
okay, I'll try this East 8 game, and I was playing it for a little bit, and I was like, this is a really cute, really fun, long running, low budget action RPG franchise. And I kept playing, and I was like, this is the greatest video game I have yet played. And then I played East 7, I played Memories of Celceta, I played East Origin this summer when East 9 came out in America a couple years ago, which was like shortly, it was around the same time that I had just played East 8. I bought that, played it too. Played East 9. I have beaten that game. It's only 25 hours long, which is relatively short for an action RPG of that type. I have played that game 5 times.
Whoa.
These games are these games are fucking incredible. I'm sorry. So the thing about Adol,
Dells, let me put this in perspective. This series is so good. If you want, I would be willing to buy 8 for you right now.
It is.
You still just run into people to hurt them because that was the best part of this.
Oh yeah, that was so funny. I forgot they used to do that.
Yeah, that was in 1 and 2. It's really funny. They referenced that with there are upgrades in the later East games where if you're sprinting, you can run into an enemy and do damage.
The only one I've played is East Origins, and that was fun. I played it at a friend's house.
Oh yeah, Origins is a great time. Played it this summer. But what makes Adol really fun to me is you guys are probably wondering, okay, what can Adol do to set him apart from other? He is a JRPG protagonist. He's a sword user. He is a fast, aggressive combo character, and he has a gallery of equipment and stuff that he picks up in his ventures and special sword skills. And you're probably thinking, okay, what really sets him apart though from other swordsmen? What consistent thing does he have throughout all of his games that is a special, unique power or other thing that he has? He doesn't. Screw you. He is literally just a really fun, he's literally just like, hey, what if you took Pyramithra, Roy, and or I guess more accurately, Pyramithra, Crom, and Cloud. He's got blade beams, he's got spins, he's got triple front flips that he does. You've got a bunch of different equipment from all of his games that you can pull from, something like Link, that gives him stuff like a grappling hook or a couple of talismans that give him elemental spells. He is literally just, what if there was just a guy that was just a JRPG protagonist with a sword who was a combo character on crack? And it's just fun. I'm sorry. He doesn't need special sauce. He's just fun.
To put this into perspective, I showed the final list of all 150 characters to a friend I know IRL, and we collectively agreed out of every character on the list, Adol actually has the most moveset potential and variety. That fucker has so much.
I feel like I have to break down your wall like John Cena and pop in are you sure about that? Because I know who's on my list.
I know who's on my list. I know I don't agree with this either, but shall we go and see what's on Snazzy's list?
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
I
What?
needed Fire Emblem character, so
Huh?
excited.
We've been trolled.
What?
I really like this one. It was funny. That's why I did it. That's why I let him do it.
Oh, that's incredible.
Fire Emblem by the OAV at Blockbuster Video back in the 90s before the games were localized. So, really, I think it's tuned Mars, but it can go either way.
Should have done that! Fuck!
Who's gonna tell him that art's actually from a kid version of Mars? Fire Emblem Heroes dropped?
Yeah, I know, but it's fine.
4 years ago.
I just grabbed the most toonish looking one that was in good quality.
Yeah. Why is Alia there as well?
Because no matter what character you make in Fire Emblem, people are going to say, that's just another Marth, so just make him another Marth.
True, can't fight those facts.
He can't dodge the allegation.
Oh my god.
So,
yeah.
as for my next one, this is where I finally got through the whole greater Marioverse and into The Legend of Zelda. And I started that with a fairly safe pick of one I think could be interesting. So, depending on how things go next game, whether Sheik is present or not, Impa could could play a few different roles. She could be a sort of successor to Sheik with her own thing, who does her own thing. She could be she could kind of diverge from Sheik. She could be an echo fighter with some different stats and such. And she has multiple ways she could be included. And I think that's kind of worth noting, especially since, other than Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf/Ganon, Impa is one of the only other characters in the greater Zelda franchise to be a recurring character. And, the Age of Calamity design is there as a placeholder, but obviously, which design they used would vary. They could come up with an original design they could use specifically, like Skyward Sword or such. But I think Impa has some interesting stuff going on, and I think is worth acknowledging. Especially the stuff she can do, especially the stuff, Era of the Wild Impa doesn't in Age of Calamity, which I admit I'm a bit biased toward. But, I think she's an interesting character who has a legit argument for inclusion, even if it's just something as simple as, we're putting her here instead of Sheik, but we're also changing up her moveset to do some more Impa-specific things.
Okay. I have one question for you, Dels. What do you think about Oracle's... I can't finish the sentence. Oh, God.
Needless to say, this would have to be kind of the more more ninja-like versions of Impa.
Yeah. Oh, Lady Impa or we riot.
All right.
I think Impa's a good choice, and I considered her briefly, but I went with other Zelda reps, which we will eventually.
Fair enough. I do have another Zelda rep coming up next, but we'll get to that.
I can't wait to see Flat Link from A Link Between Worlds.
Yes.
Yo, Cranky Kong?
Oh boy, Cranky Kong.
Yeah, I find it really
original.
funny when you brought up Dixie and Cranky Kong as a combo, because I'm like, does he know? Cranky Kong has the most moveset potential out of any of the DK characters. I do not care what anybody says.
Those people that are like, give DK a barrel.
Yeah, do that with Cranky.
Cranky
You know what's
Kong
really
barrel
funny?
fell.
DK does not have a barrel, but Nathan Drake in PlayStation All-Stars has
Oh
a
yeah,
barrel.
it does.
That's
True.
hilarious.
I forgot about that.
Common Pasasper W.
I like Drake. That's all I can say.
Why did you
By the
say
way,
it like...
By the way, guys, if you do want to see a DK moveset that uses barrels for a couple moves, I might or might not have done a remake of that in one of my videos last year. Hashtag shameless plug.
Wink, wink, plug. Post into the chat.
Speaking of the chat, the donation link is pinned in the chat. We're raising money for Prevent Cancer. It's a great cause. Hope you all donate, or at least consider sharing the stream so that other people can.
Yeah.
Now,
Let's go, Flink.
it's time to figure out what character's up next for me. Yo!
What do you mean figure? I sent all of you your lists.
I know, but I can't check it right now. I've got so much pulled up.
If you think any of us have memories beyond Goldfish, please.
Don't look at me. I actually have my list up in an image in a separate window.
I'm making
thought
excuses. I could open it, but I think it's funnier if I react in surprise every time. Anyway, this is
meanwhile,
Kyle Hyde from
Kyle
Hotel
Hyde.
Dusk and Last Window, The Secret of Cape West. I really love those two games. I think they're amazing. I'm petitioning you now to buy another code in January because it's from the same developers, same lead designer, and those games I already know are great, and they're going to be really good remade. Anyway, so Kyle Hyde, this is Nintendo's answer to Phoenix Wright. However, unlike Phoenix Wright, aside from that one time he does it in Professor Layton, this guy can fight because he was a police officer, so he's got a lot of that. Anyway, so Kyle Hyde, he has a lot of things attached to him. There's paperclip. He has a crowbar at some point in both games, I believe. And there's just this idea in my mind of all of these like anime characters, cartoon characters, and then you just have this real guy just standing there with a briefcase and he just hits them with it.
True Larry vibes going.
A real guy with the Take On Me music video shader.
Yes, exactly. But yeah,
let's keep going.
That's great. Nanten.
Yeah, so we talked about Sonic characters already, and
Yes.
Dr. Eggman is the one I think should be here. We actually talked about it, I think, in between the last stream and this stream, as in today's, like the Smash one that just went. They're like, Dr. Eggman feels to me like the one major video game villain who is just not in Smash yet, and really feels like he should be here. And Sonic feels like an IP that should have two characters at this point, and Dr. Eggman is my go-to pick for that. I think there's lots of stuff you could pull from. You could have him, like, the obvious thing would be to say have him in his Sonic Adventure 2 Walker, but you could, given that the Bowser Juniors just have like float there in their clown car, you could just have Eggman in his like Eggmobile, whatever, and then just draw from like all of the various like boss fights throughout the series for moves. I mean, he's like a scientist and a mechanic. He could pull out some. His drill can, from the Sonic of the Hedgehog 2 battle, can just come out the front if needed for a special. Like, there's just things you can do with him.
The man with the master plan himself. Like I actually did a full moveset for Dr. Eggman as well back in. Was it 2021 or 2020? It was 2021, and it ended up being one of my most popular Challenger approaching videos.
Yeah,
and I agree that I think he's like, when you're talking about a character like a franchise who could like a third-party franchise who could easily justify second newcomers, Sonic is absolutely one of them, and I think Dr. Eggman would be the most likely to get the nod because of how unique he could be design-wise. You know, like for example, my moveset for him, put him in a modified version of his Egg Walker for Sonic Adventure 2. That's where Nan got the idea, I'm pretty sure. And I loaded his moveset up with different weaponry and devices based on different mechs he has piloted in his various boss fights, because not just for the sake of making a list of references, but this is a case where it would actually work because it would 100% be in character for him to do that, to cram as much weaponry into this little machine as possible in hopes of finally one-upping Sonic. And design-wise, I think he could also occupy something interesting, because because sitting in the Walker, he would be functionally one of the biggest and heaviest fighters in the game. And playstyle-wise, where Sonic is built more around freedom and being able to move wherever he wants, Eggman could be built more around control, restricting where opponents can go, forcing them to play how you decide. And I think there's a lot of potential there. For example, I gave him his neutral special is based on the lock-on laser function from Sonic Adventure 2, where he emits a little laser light forward, and if an opponent is in its path, which you can angle the laser upward to try and catch them, and if you lock onto them, when you release the button, he'll fire a homing energy missile that aims toward wherever they are currently standing. Now, naturally, they can avoid this by getting out of the way, avoiding the spot where that was targeted when Eggman let go of the button. But that's the whole point. While it can do damage, this move's main purpose is to force opponents to move, force them to go somewhere they don't want to be, which is exactly what he wants. Also, my Eggman video still has my favorite tagline out of any Challenger I've done so far.
I posted the link in the chat if you're curious.
You gotta tell us the tagline.
Yeah.
I can't leave us hanging. I guess we watched the video to find out the tagline. It's fine. I did watch it, like, I don't remember how long.
2021 or whatever.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think Eggman is one of the most natural choices for the next Sonic rep. I think he's one of two that stands out to me. And maybe I'll talk about the other one later. But I also think he would work equally well as a boss. That's
valid.
When I was talking to people before Ultimate came out, I'm like, oh man, I hope they do all sorts of bosses. They're doing Dracula, maybe they'll do third-party bosses. I'm like, wouldn't it be great if you fight Robotnik / Eggman, and then you fight Dr. Wily, and at one point you fight both of them together, because it's only in a game like Smash could you do something like that. But they did not do anything that cool. I'd be cool if he was in the game. I think he's definitely one of the biggest villains that's not there, if not the biggest video game villain. I do agree with that. That's not playable in the game.
Okay. Creeks, what do you got next? Are they there?
Yeah.
Not.
Oh, I was muted. I said I don't know. I guess this is what I have next.
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn's another easy one to talk about. Like I said, I like my sword characters. I like my RPG characters that have a lot of stuff to pull from, big varied movesets. And I like my characters that are, heavyweights. And Dragonborn gives us all of those. It's also like Skyrim was the first third-party game that we saw running on the Switch after the drought that was the Wii U generation. That was like a big deal. That being the moment in the console reveal trailer. Dragonborn is apparently a very popular character request in Japan, to the point that Japan is actually the reason that the Mii costume happened, supposedly, more so than requests over here are. And I think it's on one hand, being an avatar that has so much to pull from is it's a little bit rough because it also is a negative as much as it is a positive, but
it's almost limiting because in order to nail down the feel of that character or the feel of the game is almost impossible because people play that game in such different ways. If you want to play more roguish or more of an archer, or more of a magic user, it's going to feel different. So it'll be difficult to create a character.
I agree. I agree. And so the way that I typically handle avatar characters like this, and another one that I have later, is give them because they're we have 4 special moves, 3 smash attacks, and some normals to work with, and the normals should all be you shouldn't have characters just pulling out random reference stuff for the normals. Those should be relatively consistent. But
say it louder for the people in the back.
Normals should be relatively consistent. Don't throw out random references. It makes the design bad. But the smash attacks and the specials can basically be anything. So take a little bit from everything. They've got multiple different types of weapons that you can work with for those. They have magic. And of course you have the shouts are the big thing. A whirlwind sprint, maybe have them just rush into the air for their up special. Have the Fusro dodges. Big win boxes in a game like Smash are also just inherently
maybe
really
not
funny.
Maybe not just a win box, because big win boxes are completely broken, and that's why the Gust Bellows is the most OP item in Ultimate. Major knockback without any disruption or hit stun can be ridiculously broken under certain circumstances. Take it from the competitive player.
Trust me. I am aware. That's why I'm saying I want it.
Yeah, I am
every character more broken.
I'm the other competitive player here. I brought that up. He does not care.
Yeah. Okay. I just realized I've not ever really interacted with Dells very much. Hi, Dells. I got into Dragon Ball Fighters recently again because it became Brawl Minus.
Oh boy.
My favorite fighting game is UMVC3.
So before we move on, one thing I think is interesting to note about Dragonborn is I think the character is slept on a bit, because while as far as Microsoft's reps go, the Western community tends to tunnel vision on Master Chief and Doomslayer and as of now, Crash. But Halo and Doom don't have much of a player base in Japan, but the Elder Scrolls does. And I think I could see an argument where the Dragonborn could be one of the more likely Microsoft picks for next game.
The Pop Team Epic had a whole segment that was parodying the memes of the intro of Skyrim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my only problem with Dragonborn and why I don't have him on my list or anything like that is because he is just a knight, I guess. I know there's a lot you could do with him, but I don't find him visually that interesting of a character.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I just have bias for knights. I love my armored swordsman.
Yeah, which is fair.
Thank you for the $10 donation from Toy Lord. Regarding Zelda characters, Vatsy and Skull Kid would work weirdly well as echoes given their limited pre-transform showings. Attacks with bat/fairies teleport, turn opponents into statues/stumps.
Echoes of each other, I guess. Does he mean?
Yeah, that's what they mean. Anyway, here's Ravenbeak.
But
I don't mean to be disrespectful. Thank you for your donation.
Hey, Ravenbeak! Okay, so earlier someone said his time in the spotlight is over. And I'm like, because he died in his game? But when has that ever stopped any character in Metroid? Ridley has
Plus,
died
there's a chance he's not
5 times.
Iconic dead character, Crocomire.
Mother Brain has died at least 3 times, and one of them she was an android. It was weird. Uh, like I think Raven Beak is going to be. I think he was so popular in this entry that I think he's going to be back, and he won't be an every game character, but I think he's going to be a recurring character.
Oh, yeah.
And I just really like Dread. I like his boss fight a lot. Is one of my favorite Metroidvania boss fights of the last. That was not in Hollow Knight, but. It's like, yeah, like, I don't know. I think he's a great new Nintendo character. I think he has a lot of potential, and I think he looks cool. And I think the number one thing for a character is looking cool.
He does look cool, and he knows
he looks
cool.
incredible. He's like I don't have him on my list, but he would be a lot of fun. He's like a more imposing, taller, heavier version of Dread Samus, which would already be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like he's basically the Metroid equivalent of Darth Vader, and oh boy, did they nail it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, he's this imposing figure. He's a legitimate threat. He has one hell of a final boss fight.
Yeah.
And as a newcomer, I think he could do some interesting things. Like I did a video for him late last year, and almost exactly a year ago. And the way I interpreted him, I built him around a version of the Aeon Gauge, like what Samus uses in Dread and in Samus Returns. And he uses variants on those for his specials, though they all have a bit of cooldown based on the special he used, and he has to wait however many seconds, not very many, but just a bit before he can use them again. But he also can do some really impressive stuff with like a neutral special based on the Beam Barrage, where he just absolutely unloads these rapid-fire shots onto an opponent for really high damage, but it won't KO anyone. Or a side special based on the Flash Shift, where he just straight up teleports forward to jump scare people and bypasses projectiles entirely, which gives him zone breaker properties in ways you don't see very often on heavies, which can be really freaking scary. And on top of combining that with his own weaponry, Chozo martial arts of sorts for his physical attacks, he would have a couple moves that he would share with Samus, like for example his up tilt and back air. I kept variations of the one Samus has because I interpreted them as being standard Chozo combat techniques that Samus just happened to also learn. And I think he could be this really interesting dark counterpart to Samus in a way, while still being completely his own thing and having this very fun play style.
All right, what's your next Zelda character?
Well, my other Zelda character is actually my first deeper cut, a character I don't see brought up very often, but who I think is worth talking about. King Rauru was a pivotal figure in Tears of the Kingdom. He has overnight become this major part of the series lore, at least in whatever timeline Tears of the Kingdom happens in, and he's become a very popular character. And he has a lot of moveset potential, partially because he could use most of the hand powers Link has in Tears of the Kingdom because it was originally his hand and his abilities, but he has more going on beyond just that. And so any of the stuff I've seen suggested for like stuff you could add to Link's moveset to revamp it for Smash 6 based on Tears of the Kingdom is also stuff they could give to Rauru.
Rauru was heavily considered by myself for exactly that reason, because I wanted to put Tears of the Kingdom gameplay in, but I didn't want to redo Link. So I'm with you.
This would be a way to do it.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like imagine him wielding a Zonai sword by default, but his neutral special could have him fuse one of a few Zonai devices to it to temporarily enhance certain moves with that effect. Like maybe he put a flame emitter on it that would give it more range and a fire effect for a bit. But eventually these devices would break after a handful of swings, and then he wouldn't be able to fuse that device to one of his weapons again for the rest of that stock. Or his up special would be Ascend, which would let him move straight up and deal minor knockback to anyone he hits. But he could also go through the undersides of stages as an alternate means of recovery, with the risk of having a ton of end lag as he pulls himself back up out the other side at the end. So that could be punishable if he's too predictable with it. And he could combine this with being a big heavyweight who also has extremely powerful light magic, since he was the Sage of Light of his era. He has incredibly powerful light-based abilities, and he could combine that with the stuff you can do in Tears of the Kingdom, aside from Nicole, because that's Zelda's power, not his. But it all combines for this very fascinating and compelling concept for a Zelda newcomer. that could be really interesting if Smash 6 goes in that direction. Also, he's been languishing in my challenger polls for a few months, and who knows, maybe he'll be able to win the next one.
In the last stream, we were talking with Yoshila about potential other Zelda reps and why the champions wouldn't work and stuff, and I didn't get to bring it up then, but I did want to bring up Rauru as an option, because the only thing, like, he can use all the Zonai stuff. It'd be a good way to implement them. The only obvious point against him is that he's not really in the game for that long in the grand scheme of things, but he is still a key character, so it's certainly a possible scenario to have him in there. Yeah, just wanted to say that. Cool. Shall we go on then? Back to Huff. We're into row 2.
Okay, guys. We have 120 characters to go.
Let's do it.
Yeah, hey, somebody earlier said, hey, will somebody add hit character from Fire Emblem Heroes? And, yeah, congratulations, I did.
Yeah, you did it.
Yeah.
You did it.
This was the other villain I was thinking of, one with the Black Knights, when I mentioned it before.
Yeah, I'm not a huge...
She's not much of a villain anymore at this point in the story.
I mean, you could argue the Black Knight's not a villain for part of the story, and the Edelgard is also not a villain for part of the story, so...
Veronica's gone from villain to frenemy to outright ally.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of Fire Emblem, I think Veronica is one of the more interesting characters they could pull from, and I would honestly say one of the more important ones, because Fire Emblem Heroes is just straight up one of the most successful games Nintendo has that does not have a playable character.
Yeah, far as their mobile games go, it's just like it's their most popular, their biggest ones. It's Pokemon Go, then Fire Emblem Heroes, then the rest.
Yeah, I know I'll make Dusty upset, but if we wanted a mobile rep for Nintendo, I think Veronica is the one to go for.
I did consider Yuden for a minute because I like the music from that game. It's just I would feel disingenuous bringing that up because I haven't played it. And I'm never going to now.
Which is like most people in the world.
Yeah.
And I think the interesting thing with Veronica is she is the other character who can summon people from other worlds in the lore of Fire Emblem Heroes. She could involve summoning in her special, just like her Emblem self does in Fire Emblem Engage. So she could use that. She could use that to complement her moves along with her own magic abilities.
Mm-hmm. She just brings Xander out for a final smash.
Summons Marth again. She just takes Robin's final smash.
No, she's Mega Man's final smash, except it's all Marths in like the various different.
Just all the different variants.
Okay, let's keep moving.
She's not a character. She just is the random for Fire Emblem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy!
Drago!
Work those muscles.
Dragonborn to Dragon Games. Stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you're not. Wait, hold on.
He's a bodybuilding dragon that's sort of a villain. Like,
Oh my god,
Yeah.
I've been muted on the stream. Hi guys. Hello. Hi.
How long have you been muted?
You sure you could have been
The
muted
entire
that long?
time.
Oh boy!
Okay, Slink, do you want me to...
Wait,
the
no-
entire time isn't the entire stream?
No, just Drago.
Okay.
Okay, right. I was gonna
So-
say, there's no way you were muted the whole
Do you want
time.
me to say it here because I'm the guy who came up with this idea?
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, Drago is a great concept for a character, and I've come up with this because Ring Fit Adventure is a game I actually really like. I think that's a very well-made fitness game. And in terms of representation, if you do Ring Fit Trainee, they actually don't really tend to offer a lot new, because a lot of their moveset would be very similar to Wii Fit Trainer. Because
I imagine it as a fusion
exercise-
between Ring Fit Trainer and Bayonetta. Because
yeah, it would be a blend between the two, because a lot of it's like general poses and such, and also shooting rays from the sun. And I wonder what Wii Fit Trainer's neutral specialist. And I've came up with this idea and suggested it as like a big body Fish Bungeon type character, if you know who that is from Slap City.
Oh boy.
And like lean into being a muscle bodybuilder and like have him throw like barbells and the like. And I think it's just a really fun concept.
Yes.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry about
All right.
that, everyone. Let's move on.
So for me, I've gone with now that Microsoft own Activision and Crash is technically a Microsoft rep, I decided like Crash is probably the most likely third-party character in my opinion. And so I kind of wanted him on there. He's obviously a character a lot of people want. A lot of people want to see Mario versus Sonic versus Crash versus Banjo, and like this Smash Brothers is all about fulfilling those dreams. As for why I put Coco here, purely because originally I wasn't going to do any Echo Fighters or anything like that, but I had a few characters where I was like, make this character their ult, like an Olimar Alf situation. And then Huff was like, you can just put Echoes in if you want for any character that you've got. And I was like, fine, then I'll just go all in on that idea then. So I decided to give Crash an Echo with Coco because they play, thanks to all the Crash games that, they're in the platforms, they play exactly the same. They got the same hitbox and stuff, so there's no real reason why Coco couldn't also just come in as an Echo fighter.
If Daisy can be a echo of Peach, and if Dark Samus can be an echo of Samus, then
Coco can be an echo of Crash. And whether you want it to be an echo or just an alt costume, whatever, like I think it's doable. So there, but yeah, Crash to me anyway feels like the most likely next third-party character because Crash is also really popular in Japan. And is currently, I mean, not in a renaissance given how Crash Team Rumble's going, but it's at least back. It's at least relevant. So
yeah, so like cutting in here because I also did a Crash moveset back in 2021. And as someone who did play Crash 4 and I thought it was pretty fun, though I did not go for 100% completion. I heard about it and knew better.
Never do.
Like, I'm not sure I would call him the most likely of any third party, but I do think he's the most likely Microsoft pick now. Just him, he's the only one ahead of the Dragonborn, and I think he's got an argument now. He's back and doing things again, and he does have an actual Japanese fan base, so he actually has that international appeal. And I think he's got just enough to work with to make sure he would at least stand out somewhat. Like I designed him to be kind of a bait and punish based character who wants to play carefully and patiently, then act when the time is right, which is kind of like how his platformers play, how it's very much about surveying the obstacles ahead and understanding when to move. And yeah.
All right. Next up,
Greats.
we've got the Master.
It's Cruz.
Okay,
we've got
man, what is this? 2008?
Yeah,
Another
true.
Undertale rep.
So this is just another Undertale rep. True, this is Chara from Undertale. Yeah, no. So
Chara
this is
with mask.
this is the masked man from Mother 3. Wonder who that could be. Big spoiler. Nobody say it. But yeah, no. This is just me going. Hey, I have a few slots left towards the end of this top 25. What's a character that I used to really want in Smash when I was a teenager, even though it probably won't happen? It's like, yeah, no, this is just a character that I've always really loved as a character, and as a presence in the Nintendo game that they are from. Really, really cool moveset. Is a PSI user, a short sword user, which we don't really have a lot of. We just kind of have like Meta Knight right now. Just also like Meta Knight has like bat wings via, although it's more of a jetpack. So a lot of air mobility, which also means a different like double jump, like different secondary jumps than the other PSI users we have in Smash so far. Is an electricity user, has a plasma cannon. Like there's so much that you have that is a lot of fun for this character to work with. And is also the only antagonist rep for the Mother series that I think works as a playable character in something like Smash without massive liberties being taken for Porky's mech. So,
my thing with Porky is that I feel like his mech in Brawl is like way too big for what it's actually meant to be, size-wise. Like, I think if you had like, actual to scale Mother 3 Porky Mech, should probably.
Well, I
be
think to scale Mother 3 Porky
playable.
Mech could be like size-wise. I think it works. I think dexterity-wise, you'd have to get pretty creative with the legs.
True, that is true.
Mm.
Now, I too had Masked Man on my rosters when I was wee lad.
Yeah, this is for 13-year-old me.
I think my version of that would have been Isaac from Golden Sun, who I did consider but did not include.
Oh,
Well, who
You know
else
who
Don't
I
worry,
did
he's
include?
on
did you
here
include?
enough.
Let's see, who did you include? Oh my god!
What did you guys call each other beforehand and say to put the same character in the same spot?
I literally just full honesty. If
Manipulation.
characters were similar enough in placement, I moved them to be in the same row as each other. That way, we wouldn't have to talk about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
So,
Fair
All right.
yeah, I got jump scared when you sent me that you wanted to do him because I'm like, my gaslighting is spreading.
Since that game came out, I felt that way because it was a really successful game.
Yeah.
And so you would imagine a character, but the actual like ring fit Cranky or whatever is boring as hell.
Yeah, this one is my pet character. I'm happy other people are doing it.
Anyway, speaking of characters we've already covered, my next one is in fact Ravenbeak. And before we move on real quickly, I do want to bring up that timing-wise, I know people are kind of have their eyes on Silex because of Metroid Prime 4, but because that game has taken so damn long to come out, if Smash 6 is in development now, and if they've decided on most of the newcomers aside from the obligatory Pokemon Fire Emblem placeholders or other such things, it will have been too soon for Silex to be an option, and there's a pretty good chance they would have gone with Ravenbeak instead.
We also don't know if they're still keeping to that
Yeah, they
plan.
might have just changed the plan.
They might have finally given up on pursuing a character from a DS game.
Anyway, Huff, back to you.
Jack Frost.
He
I
ho-
like
the
Shin
he
Megami
homeboy.
Tensei.
The he homeboy.
He's me, he homeboy. I love Shin
Oh,
Megami
gotta go.
Tensei, and I think there are a lot of viable options. I just think Jack Frost is fucking funny.
What?
I will not argue with that.
Like, that's my reasoning for why Jack Frost over, like, Demi Fiend or Nahovino. He's funny.
Let's be honest here. The real reasoning why it's over here instead of like Demi Fiend is because I did that.
Okay, yeah, but you didn't have to...
True.
you didn't
It's
have-
also because Jack Frost joined your roster without you asking.
It's
Fuck, I
true.
should have got that image ready, god damn it!
He joined without your consent.
You're an EO consent.
All right. Yeah,
God, I love
Demi
that
Fiend. Demi Fiend I've positioned for a long time as the JRPG character for people who fucking hate JRPGs, because this guy is just a bare knuckle brawler. Like, they are an incredibly aggressive character that just hits things really hard. And they also summon Scrimblows, so you know there's an extra for that.
Yeah.
Don't forget, he can also fray Kugel and destroy the entire state of Connecticut.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, wait, that's Hilda's thing. Sorry, that was a lame joke.
If
posted
anybody's
Jack
unaware,
Lame joke. Anyway,
if anybody's unaware, Demi Fiend's second strongest move is he shoots giant lasers out of his eyes, and it's called Fray Kugel, and it's very funny. All right, so Nanten, what do you got?
Oh yeah, hold on, sorry, I was like looking at something else. What have I got? Oh yeah, there we go. From one Microsoft prep to another.
oh boy, we're gonna get to him eventually.
Yeah, I'm a big Halo fan. I liked Halo. At least I did like Halo. I haven't played it in a long time.
Oh, same.
Got good music too.
But Master Chief is like the actual Microsoft rep, right? Like, he is their original.
He's the biggest get. I
Yeah,
think.
He's the one guy they didn't buy.
Yeah, and so like, I did debate putting Doomslayer in instead because I know how requested he was and stuff, and feels like maybe he has more of a chance. I mean, he got a Mii costume, but I don't know. I was like, no, this is my list, and I want Master Chief. So,
No, because I don't want it.
Valid.
Yeah.
it's nice to know, like, having one, like, I know Master Chief's a bit of a point of contention and speculation, and I know, like, it's nice to know, like, you put him on here because you're a big Halo fan, and that, that's pretty cool, seeing people, like, believe characters they grew up with and characters that they have such an attachment to have a real chance. I'm just a bit sour on Master Chief, not just because I don't have any direct experience with Halo, but because I'm so used to seeing him brought up in speculation as a character we need to have on the roster just so we can say he's there. And I've never that whole mentality has always rubbed me the wrong way. But
I think
you're not doing that.
He really represents a style of gameplay that we don't have, kind of this shield-based first-person shooter.
But at the same time, like, I think, you want to advocate for a character because you want them there. You want to be able to play as them, not just I want this character on the roster just so I can say this character is there. It feels a bit backwards in a way. I don't know. That's a personal philosophy.
I get what
you're saying, but I actually do want him on the roster.
Same. I want him on the roster.
I'm interested. Like, do you have ideas for how he would work in a way to keep him from being kind of a very campy zoner character? Like, what are your ideas?
He has a lot of
work?
close range options. He has a grappling hook, a gravity hammer, energy sword.
Yeah, if you're pulling from, I'm going to say if you're pulling from all of him, this isn't like a Microsoft crossover where you could have Master Chief and Arbiter or whatever. You can just pull from any move that he has in that game. There's plenty of fun little close range things like the energy sword and the gravity hammer that would work really well. And you can use sticky bombs instead of like sort of regular grenades for a kind of projectile. The Needler as well would be a very cool projectile.
Ammo management could be part of it.
Yeah,
don't worry, I've heard of these things. Even if I haven't directly played Halo, I do know some stuff. Like, it's nice to see you've thought this through.
Yeah, you
can just put this out there because nobody brings it up. In the books and the shows and like the animated shit, he also does have CQC close quarter combat.
Mm-hmm.
So you could
you
could
use his
there's a
moveset from Dead or Alive.
Fighting moveset.
He's not fair.
He's not, but there's a Spartan.
Yeah, but it's Spartan.
Get out of there with
training.
That's not Master Chief.
No. God, what was her name?
It is
Master Chief,
I
but
know.
It is a different Spartan. It is a woman.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Ooh, this is getting heated.
Spartan 458, aka Nicole.
Yeah.
We'll play around about Nicole DOA.
Yeah, man. You should have put her as an Echo, Nicole.
Actually, can we cut Master Chief and do Nicole?
Base. That's the DOA rep I'd be down with.
Okay.
Careful, smashes for good boys and girls.
All right, Creeks, what you got?
Let's find out. There we go. Yeah, another one of my first party deep cut picks. I've always really enjoyed Sin and Punishment. I love my little arcade rail shooters at times. I think Space Harrier's a pretty fun franchise. I love House of the Dead. And when I was first getting into broadening my scope in video games and getting more into a bunch of niche shit when I was in my early teenage years, one of the games I picked up to play on my Wii U was a copy of Sin and Punishment Star Successor that I found pretty cheap at a GameStop, miraculously. And Star Successor was a whole lot of fun, so I ended up going back and playing the original Sin and Punishment. And this is it's such a stylish, fun time. It's one of those short, sweet, heavily stylized, niche action, Japanese titles that is just a really fun, solid time. It's the most arcade
game-feeling game that is not an arcade game I have ever played.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really fun. I think it is a neat little blip in Nintendo's history, having a character that fills that sort of arcadey archetype that comes from a main Nintendo console game. I think the history of Sin and Punishment being a Japanese exclusive game, and then getting a later boosted popularity worldwide, and then being released on the Wii and having a sequel years later, because that is a really cool little story. And I think Saki would be a lot of fun because he's a shmup protagonist, but he's also he's very mobile and agile, and his gun that he shoots his shmup projectiles out of is also a sword, which means he would be this weird hybrid character of being this fast, aggressive rushdown character and just shooting volleys of no knockback but very high or not high damage, but like no knockback, but very rapid fire, little low damage fox lasers at you. Kind of just zipping around the screen, pelting you with shit. I think it'd be a lot of fun, but I think his big weakness there would be like once you hit him, you know, he doesn't have a whole lot of, you know, durability, I would say. And then his final smash could be, you know, the ruffian form and all that.
I say this about Sin and Punishment in the most positive way possible. It feels like Nintendo was trying to make a Sega game.
Exactly, it feels like a 90s Sega game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's like something like House of the Dead or Knights or
64.
Crazy Taxi.
I love Sin and Punishment. It's like the best looking game on the Nintendo 64. It's like low-key one of my favorite games on that system.
And the Wii game is super
Wii
underrated
game's
too.
alright. Yeah.
Oh, the Wii game's great.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think the N64 one's a better game, but I think the Wii one's underrated.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with the Wii game is I don't like some of the boss design.
Yeah, I agree on that.
Okay, Snazzy, you want to talk about Pig Ganon?
Big Ganon! Okay, so here's the thing. He is, because we're talking timelines here, a different character than Ganondorf. Straight up.
What?
They are not
mean,
the same. They are not.
well,
they are not the same.
Depends which one you're going for.
You're
I
actually
guess.
wrong.
I'm going for
They're
no, because the Ganondorf that is used in Smash is not from the same timeline as Pig Ganon from A Link to the Past.
I mean, he's
they are.
yeah. I mean, depending on. I mean,
Ganondorf,
well,
Ocarina-
I guess-
Ganondorf Ocarina of
now
Time
he's-
is from a point before
now
the
he's
time.
Ocarina
It's
of Time.
semantics.
You're
It's
right.
semantics.
You're right,
They're,
you're
they're
right.
the
I
same
agree.
Ganondorf. The only Ganondorf that's different is the one in Tears of the Kingdom. We don't talk about Four Swords Adventures.
The Four Swords Adventure
Well-
Ganon. Just say that, Spazzy. It's the same Ganon from A Link to the Past moveset
it is.
line. So.
No, but honestly, I was looking for retro reps, and I had a couple lined up. I was thinking, I always like Excite Bike. I like, Mach Rider. I feel like is just people that like think Excite Bike doesn't have move potential, but like nobody really wants Mach Rider.
Don't let
Are you sure about
say
that?
I mean, like for real. Like, have you played that game? Like, I don't
Are
know.
you
I'd
sure
be okay
about
with
that?
Mach Rider. I'd be okay with Mach Rider when we get to Mach Rider on somebody's.
Is this
list, we'll talk about it.
foreshadowing?
No, but I feel like here's the thing about Ganon, is Ganon would play, and because I'm pulling very much from the classic games, I from the 8 and 16-bit games in particular. Like, not only does he play different from Ganondorf, but he plays different from the way that people want Ganondorf to play. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're like, we want to add reflex and energy balls and all sorts of stuff to Ganondorf, but that doesn't really cross over completely with what Ganon does, because Ganon is this big, heavy-bodied character that I think the only character that gets close in playstyle would maybe be K. Rool, but not even, because he's got weird mobility options, because he should have a teleport, he should have some tricky trap options, because he literally summons a circle of fire bats and shoots them out at you. He can levitate, he can telepathically or telekinetically control his trident and send it around to people. Plus, he's a trident user, which is something we don't really even have. We were talking about a proper spear user. We don't have a trident user. So he has unique weapons, a very unique heavyweight, completely different specials. Like, he wouldn't really share anything at all with Ganondorf. Like, Ganon and Ganondorf are, like, you know what I mean. Even if you revamped Ganondorf to be, I think, what people want, there would be very little crossover. Maybe like an energy ball neutral. But even that, I think, would be handled differently between the two characters. Plus, like, I feel like it's cool to have old school Zelda representation. I guess we have the Link to the Past Zelda now, but her moveset is still Ocarina of Time inspired. Like, you know what I'm saying? It would be cool to have something, I think, that harkens back to the top-down classic Zeldas more directly. So, there you go.
So, as for my next character, promise you won't be mad. I'm about to make a divisive pick.
Go on.
Oh boy, so yes, I know Fire Emblem Engage has mixed opinions. I know a lot of
Why
people...
not as the tune Martha goes? My question.
I know, like, people, I know though generally Alear is appreciated as a character to an extent. Maybe not so much as a protagonist, but personality-wise as a character, there is something there. But I think Alear gets a bit of a rep in this, how do I want to phrase this? I think Alear is kind of already treated as this boogeyman in the Smash community, but I think Alear as a potential fighter is getting their moveset potential sold very short. It's like, I think the idea is, this character would just be a Marth Echo, would just play just like Marth. No, not necessarily at all. Not if you use everything at their fingertips. Like, for one, upon reaching their promoted class, Alear picks up martial arts as a secondary weapon type, and so you'd be able to. Excuse me for a second.
Oh.
Sorry, there had a bit of so. Alear would be able to mix hand-to-hand combat in with these sword strikes to create something much different. Now combine that with all the emblems you have available in the emblem mechanic. I see so many people suggest, they just throw in emblems of characters who got cut, but no. You could build your specials around summoning emblems of characters who have never been playable on the roster before. Like, imagine summoning Lyn to shoot her bow for a neutral special as a long-distance projectile with some extra effects, or summoning Sigurd to charge forward through enemies, or summoning Celica as a teleport-type recovery of sorts that follows it up with an attack. And there's the potential for something very interesting here. And there's even more to it there that I can't go in. There's even more.
They just came and summoned somebody. Sorry,
there's even more potential that I can't go into detail about because it involves some major story spoilers. But if you know, you know. There's even more Alear could do, and I think this character, while not the most popular, could have serious potential to win people over as a playable fighter.
I do think Fire Emblem. I think the problem is that it's a Fire Emblem kind of main unit. I haven't played it. I assume it's their Lord unit, but I haven't played the game yet.
Yeah, they're the main unit.
So I feel like there's always going to be pushback from the Smash fan base, but at the same time, I feel like all the Corrin, Robin, and
Byleth.
Why am I playing? Thank you, especially Byleth. I like Byleth. All are very unique additions, and it's not like you can't make them unique. It's just a perception. It's a perception problem.
Yeah, it's this assumed favoritism because Fire Emblem is this franchise that got big in the early 2010s and wasn't part of a lot of louder people's childhoods, and so is kind of resented when it seems like they're getting special treatment, though the truth is more complicated than that. But I'm also running off the idea of Smash 6 being a reboot, so Fire Emblem would have fewer characters in the base roster. Like, remember my reboot roster, Alear was one of just 4 non-Echo Fire Emblem characters. And so I think if that did get trimmed back, the reception, there wouldn't be as much pushback. Because the character count wouldn't be as bloated. Because, you wouldn't have every character in a series meant to have a rotating cast all present at once.
Like
to just rotate in and out.
I get it.
If it was like a reboot roster, then I have no problem with Alear coming in to replace some of the other characters who have been cut from it. But if with everyone already being in there, I feel like Alear, even with the unique stuff you could do, seems to edge a little too.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Like, even from like, if we had to have a character from Engage, I think Veil is just as important and would have something offer something a bit more unique than Alear, in my opinion. Veronica is still my go-to for Fire Emblem, in terms of importance and all that, but
yeah. I think also the problem with Fire Emblem
I like Alear, to be honest. As a character.
Is that every new game has a new main character, so to speak, which limits what I would think would be some of the more interesting choices. You're always going to go for that Lord. You're not going to go for a random Wyvern Rider or whatever.
Yeah.
I just didn't like Engage.
That's valid. It's quite a bit different, especially for people who just got into the series through Three Houses. Like, I also did a video on this whole point, how it kind of stumbled at carrying that momentum and why it potentially did that.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like a bad game. I just think that that lame concept that people bring up of it being like the characters actually just coming together from different timelines. I would have actually preferred that for the anniversary title, because what they did, I think, is like a fundamentally good game. It's just I cannot get into the story, and that's what I play Fire Emblem for.
Well, shall we continue at our own?
Yeah,
minute
let's keep going.
and move on.
Let's-
Well, let's keep talking about Fire Emblem.
What you got, Huff? Oh no!
Oops.
I was talking to Dells last night, and I was like, "Hey, yeah, you cannot get as weird as some of the picks I have because I have a F-Zero character unironically."
Why
I
have you
know.
called him?
You asked
I'm
me.
interested to see your explanation. I'm interested to see your explanation for this one. This is why I read off
For this
script.
particular character, yeah.
Yeah, why did you call him this?
I had we made a couple years ago. We made a bunch of really big Smash rosters with like 140, 150-ish characters each. They were all called Big Slappy. I had Deathborn on mine as like a Falcon semi-clone because we remembered that he existed because of a Project M mod that we were all playing at the time, and I was like, hey, yeah, no, this is actually like a way more fun way to do, like, if you decide not to, have Ganondorf be Falcondorf anymore. Like, if you want a slower, heavier Falcon that has some unique stuff going on, you do Deathborn instead of Black Shadow, because Deathborn's actually cool and funny.
He actually matters to the series.
And I was
Also,
making
Black
weird shots at like 3
Also,
a.m. so I
Black
just made it pissing.
Yeah, also, Black Shadow's stat line doesn't actually line up for
Exactly,
taking
Black
over the
Shadow's
Falcon role.
fast!
Wait,
Fast!
It's actually
Thank you.
a disservice to Black Shadow as a character.
I bring
Also,
that up
yeah.
every time.
Me too. Okay, I'm glad we're all on the same page here. Good.
We're all in the same.
I am
page.
so glad. I am amongst other people who get that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love F-Zero, and frankly, Captain Falcon is objectively one of the most well-received characters in Smash history, and his moveset is completely made up. It's almost entirely complete bullshit. Like, it is just what they thought would be cool.
It's very tokusatsu.
Yeah, and Deathborn is the main villain of the most popular, the most popular modern F-Zero game with GX, because that has come back into
all
relevance.
one of them.
The fact that GX is the most modern F-Zero
Yeah.
game.
And
hopefully the series will come back eventually.
yeah, he has a great design. He has a fun personality. And on top of that, in his home game, he actually does have some, like, abilities. He has some, like, mind manipulation and some other, like, forms of just
And apparently some
powers.
pissing abilities that we don't know about either.
Yes, and also he can piss.
You guys have taken
He's
so
making
long to
fried
try
chicken.
to explain pissing. Do you want to just get it out of the way and just say you put the word pissing on here because it'd be funny?
Because it is funny.
I was hoping we just
Anyway.
wouldn't explain it.
Shadow
I
Link,
think the
go on.
shitpost speaks for itself.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, Slink.
All right, so I like big characters. What about
Cannot lie.
Cannot lie.
Big Man?
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Is that A or I? I don't know. One of the.
He is a
I'm never sure which one. I'm never sure how you pronounce his vocal tick. Anyway.
Hey.
But yeah, Big Man, he's funny. I like him. I think he'd be more interesting for another Splatoon character because you'd have to just completely make up everything he does.
True.
And it's while you can go the route of having an Octoling that uses different weapons from the Inkling, like in terms of silhouette, they would be very
they'd be-
similar. So while I know
I
there are
feel called
clone
out.
characters, well, I know. No, I didn't even know. I'm sorry.
Are we gonna Shadow Link? I don't want to spoil your list, but are we gonna get a big man, quiet man showdown?
I wish. You know, I sometimes I don't have the foresight to do these funny things. Anyway, but yeah, big man, big guy. I do feel this strong need to have more like diverse sized fighters because a lot of people in Smash are just like the size of a normal guy. And there's very little variation in the kind of silhouettes that fighters have. I do think Octoling is fine. Like if you want Octoling, perfectly fine. I'm not saying that that's a bad route to go. I just want Big Man because he's funny.
He's a big man.
He's a big man.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Mhm.
Anyway, Nansan, what do you got? Ooh,
I got. So this is my masked man. This is for 13-year-old me.
this reminds me of a puzzle.
Professor Layton is a character I've wanted back in the Smash 4 days. Back before they'd confirmed Smash 4, Wii U, and 3DS would have the same roster. I was very much on the, what if the 3DS focused on handheld games and Wii U focused on console game characters? And Professor Layton was like one of my big third-party picks for the 3DS version of the roster. Because like that series was huge on the DS. I really enjoyed it. I think having a puzzle slash visual novel slash adventure game character on the roster would be a good choice. And I think Professor Layton, there's a lot of stuff you can pull from just across all of his games. Like, yeah, he has fought with like a sword before, but he has also had like a slot machine gun.
Yeah.
Several other things
about that.
he's used throughout the series that could just pull from a really interesting moveset. And with level 5 trying to make a big comeback right now with the new Professor Layton game on the way, I was like, well, alright, you know what? This is it. I would rather him than like Jibanyan from Yokai Watch. So let's have Professor Layton in here. So yeah, that's
I
it.
I think I can see the argument. Like, I think if level 5 did get a character in Smash, Professor Layton would probably be the first pick.
Yeah, he's the most popular for real gamers.
Because Del's roster's on the top, it looks like Shantae and Gex is almost done.
I can't believe I put Waluigi in mine twice.
What? Well, the character's
You
so
just
nice. you
want
put
him
him
that
twice.
much?
Yeah. All right, Creeks.
Creek,
Oh,
are
he's
you
muted
there?
again.
I am here.
No!
Go
Alpha? What is going
Creeks?
on? Okay. Thank you for the $10, Project Alpha Animations. I'm not reading that message out loud.
He's got to stop sending him those rotund Magnemite sasses.
Don't worry, Huff
Alright.
has sent me funny tweets like 3 times trying to get me to laugh on stream. The best one is the image of Germa that just has a community note that says that is Germa.
Oh god, I love that one.
Anyway, I don't want to take too much time on this one because this isn't a character that I believe is that really like realistic to be added. And it's not a character that has like I have that much to say about. Is already playable in a semi-similar platform fighter. Katana user, popular character, especially these days, a character that has only grown in popularity with time. He is a fun action character. He uses a sword with his feet, and that's fucking cool. Yeah, no, like combo heavy character. Blade mode could be really fun as something to try to implement. I'm not sure how they would do it, but I think it would be a fun idea. It's Raiden. Everybody likes Raiden. He's cool.
Yeah.
He avoids drowning.
I just have one thing to tell you, Creeks. So
Yeah.
I put a character on my roster initially, just specifically to fuck with you. However, I found out that I was going to have that character come up first, and if I was first, it wouldn't be funny. Anyway, what I was gonna do was I was gonna put MGS2 Raiden on my roster.
Are you saying that like that wouldn't be based?
It's not funny anymore because he would have been first. Okay,
Honestly,
so
I think MGS2 Raiden as a Snake Echo would be really fun and really cool too. MGS2 is an incredible video game.
Yeah, but they can't fight because they're friends.
True!
it just played the worst song from Skyward Sword on shuffle. I'm so sorry to everyone who had to hear that. Anyway.
Yeah,
Oh.
this is what I was waiting for.
Hi, hello S2.
Well then.
Stu! So I was gonna add. I was looking at Pokemon. I'm like, maybe a grass type, and then I said, why add a grass type Pokemon character when I can add a grass type Zelda character? So I mean, that's Stu. I think it's important to have reoccurring characters. A character that represents a different part of Zelda. Something that gets in touch with all the Kokiri stuff. A music-based character. There's a lot to like about S2. I mean, S2.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so
Okay.
are we moving on to me, or because
Yes, you are.
I actually have another Fire Emblem character I want to talk about as an alternate to Alir.
Okay, go on.
Let's
This
go.
one might go over a little better.
Yo!
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So
I love Boundary
Oh.
Break.
Shaz is great.
Shez has actually become my second favorite Avatar character in the series, behind Robin. And Shez also happens to have a lot of interesting stuff that they pick up in Three Hopes. Like, not only the inherent fact that they dual wield in their signature classes, so that is still a style of sword fighting we still don't have in Smash somehow. So that niche is wide open to do interesting things with. But Shez also has all this other stuff on top of it. Has multiple types of magic, specializing in ice and dark type spells, which are both pretty rare elements in Smash. There's a whole bunch of additional sword fighting techniques. There's a teleport. You even have there's even an awakening mode you could use as an install to temporarily buff certain stats once a meter is filled. And in addition, you could take the fact that Shez is from a Warriors spinoff and build that into the moveset. Not only is Shez very fast in Three Hopes, has one of the highest speed growth rates out of any character in the game, but also combines these rapid attacks with sword strikes, combines these rapid sword attacks with some occasional stronger moves. And in the Challenger Approaching moveset I did for Shez last year, I actually used the Warriors moveset design philosophy and worked that in. I had certain attacks designated as light attacks, which are quick and combo heavy but aren't very safe and won't KO at all, and others that qualify as heavy attacks, so they're slower and more deliberate, but they have actual power. And so the moveset would be designed in a way to where you use light attacks to combo into heavy attacks, but you have to be careful with the light attacks because if you use them too much, you're just going to leave yourself wide open. And it creates this really interesting dynamic, but also one that is much less likely to show up in Smash because this is a character exclusive to a spin-off that was developed by a different company. And while Shez does seem to be under the Nintendo and Intelligent Systems banner because both versions of Shez have had multiple alternates show up in Fire Emblem Heroes, the odds of that actually happening in Smash are less likely. But I just wanted to throw this character out there as one I know is popular, and hey, I didn't want to include Justelier because I wanted to show that Fire Emblem has other valid options from this whole area too. And I think if Smash ever kind of spun off into a minor league, second circuit, what have you, spin-off game with a roster of kind of underdog characters and people who wouldn't have made the main roster but could have a chance to show up and do their thing in a secondary title, I think Shez would be a good candidate for that.
Oh, somebody said Pit in chat, and now I'm sad I didn't add Medusa to my roster because I really like Medusa.
Pit has dual sword normals.
It's a bit different because the way Pit uses them isn't quite like that on most attacks.
F-Tilt is kind of the only one that really utilizes it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Huff, what do you got for me? Oh my god.
Big man and small fry?
Yeah, I got pissing and small fry. Clearly you don't own an air fryer. Okay, so I wanted to do something more unique for Splatoon than just do an Octoling because that's the one that they should do. But I think Splatoon is big enough to warrant 3 reps, and I wanted to bring something more unique out there. You would have to come up with a bit for what he can do, because really it is just a design with some, like, basic attacks like bites and headbutts and such. But the main thing that made me decide, yeah, fuck it, I'm slapping him on there, is because, hey! Did you know that Squirtle is the most recent small character we've gotten in Smash?
Yeah, that's
true. Probably get another.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's kind of it. We haven't had a small fucker in a while.
Basically, the inverse
I mean, you
of
say
my
that
philosophy.
the Little Mac's name has the word "little" in it, so he can't be that large.
Okay, fair.
Listen. Anybody who's shorter than 6 feet is minuscule. So,
just wanted to say something. Just 'cause I don't know if it's only affecting me or if it's affecting other people. But for some reason, when I'm trying to donate through Tiltify, I'm getting like an order ID to be passed, like a PayPal button issue, and I don't know if it's something on my end or if it's something on PayPal's end or Tiltify's end. So if it happens to you, just donate through Super Chat, and then we'll donate it ourselves.
Yeah, we will figure it out. If it happens that the Tiltify is just broken, we can just donate directly to prevent cancer. But
Like, I don't know if it's a
hopefully-
thing
hopefully
that's
it
happening
fixes
on
itself.
my end only.
Hopefully
yeah.
it fixes itself. All right.
Oh,
But
just to
I'll make a
wrap up
note.
this segment, I saw Voyager say this in the chat. You could have a horror Boros transformation for the final Smash.
Nice. Okay, so it's time for one of my favorite left field picks for Smash. Sukpan. He's
Play
just
this
a
game
funny
much?
little guy. He flails his limbs around. And it is Nintendo's original fighting game. So it would,
Well,
it would be
actually, that would be Urban Champion on the NES. That's technically a fighting.
Okay, look me in the
game.
eyes and tell me that's a real video game.
Glasses on.
And Tenjix and I, we
Oh my
recorded a podcast
God!
that will never come,
Oh, we just
will
got.
never come out about this game.
Thank you, Lisbon, for $50 donation.
Oh,
Oh, nice. I guess it's working for everyone but me.
Okay.
Lisbon.
I look forward to playing with
Beauty.
you. Hopefully, if we get this done in time.
Yeah,
we are,
hi, Boo
we are
Bear,
very
thanks
over
for the
time.
money.
I'm sorry, everybody.
Yeah, this is definitely going over time. But we can sort
Anyway,
out
we
the
can just
schedule after
continue
that.
on. I don't have much to say about Supan other than D's nuts.
True.
Yeah,
All right.
it's interesting. It's an interesting game. Nintendo and I played it for a while.
Yeah.
I wonder if you would pull moves from the other robots too.
I
That's the
think
only
you
thing-
probably should. I think you probably
Yeah.
should have some variety. Anyway,
Yeah, because his
Magalor.
moveset is-
I mentioned before that Bandana Waddle Dee, there are better Kirby reps out there. This is one of them. Magalor, I think Magalor has been sort of built up in this new era of Kirby as like being the fifth member of the team, I guess. Like he's been a recurring character across the modern Kirby verse, and he was like one of the few characters chosen for Kirby Fighters. And obviously, the new Return to Dreamland Deluxe came out and gave him his entire own campaign. Being there, there's just like a lot that Magalor can do, and I just think it's a lot more interesting than what Bandana Waddle Dee can do. Sorry to the little guy, and he is also like really popular as well. So like I would prefer if I had to pick between the two of them that Magalor is the one that gets in personally, and that's why I sort of wanted to include him on here.
Yeah,
Because
I
Kirby
agree with
definitely
that.
needs another rep.
I was talking to Huff, and I said, "Hey, did anybody include Magalor?" And he said, "Yeah, someone did." I'm like, "Okay, then I don't have to," because I feel like Waddle Dee is the more appropriate pick and the one that needs to be in there more. But personally, I think Magalor is better. It's a more fun pick.
Well, I think if you at this point you can't include another Kirby character before Bandana Dee. I just don't think it'd be right. But if Kirby had room for a fifth character in the next game, I think Magalor would be the go-to.
Yeah.
Especially because of especially because of the remake of Return to Dreamland we got recently that added a new mode where you play as him and added to his lore and everything. And yeah.
But he's like Bandana Waddle Dee being a Waddle Dee means he's sort of like an part of the whole Kirby franchise ever since the start. But Magalor is very much like a face of the modern Kirby, the post-Sakurai era of Kirby. Because you could argue that Bandana Waddle Dee has his origins all the way back in Superstar, so is technically kind of a Sakurai character. Yeah,
His first appearance was in Megaton Punch.
Yeah, I know, but he was just called Waddle Dee back then. He wasn't called. I don't think he was called Bandana Waddle Dee until Return to Dreamland, which is obviously where most of his identity comes from nowadays. But Magalor also came from that game and is like exclusively a modern Kirby character. So I think there's a lot to be said about Magalor being here. But let's I wanted to get him in. So
All right.
next on to Creeks.
Griggs. Yo.
It's Creeks.
That's my goal.
Well,
Hey,
Yeah,
there he is.
yeah. We already talked at length about Takamaru, so probably not a whole lot that I need to say. Although, funny thing is, I think the first time that me and Slink met each other was in a Takamaru for Smash support
Yes.
community.
This is true. This is
Nice.
true. All right.
okay,
Snazzy.
oh, okay.
I almost had them on mine. I cut them in the end.
Are they there?
You there, man?
Yeah. Yeah,
You're
he's
muted, by the
You're
way.
Muted.
Okay, sorry. I was gonna say, I think as far as we've moved further and further away from the release date of this game, 2019, I think it was,
Yes.
people kind of forget about it. I know Shadow Link was not a huge fan, but I did like this game. I like this game quite a bit. I think Akira, the Akira Howard, it's really the Howard twins.
Yeah, Kira's
Have
the
just-
brother.
Exactly. So it's not even really, or the sister, because
Or
it
the
depends
sister.
on. who you
Akira's the
play
one
as.
you don't
Not
play
the
as.
player. Yeah, the
Don't
one you
play
don't
as.
play.
It's
as,
very
player.
unusual the
Exactly.
way they set things up.
Exactly. So technically, I think it'd be more that you'd be playing as Officer Howard and not Akira. Although there are ways where you could be playing as both. They would be great swaps of each other, if nothing else, just for aesthetic purposes. All the Legion units give you so many different abilities that they have kind of combo heavy action game items, but just the mechanics of the game itself are so involved and so in depth that there's just a ridiculous amount of things you can do with them. And I think Nintendo publishing new games is good. It needs to be celebrated, and I think we need to push any bigger game that Nintendo has a little bit harder. Also, I like Platinum Games, or at least I used to when they made games.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Astral Chain is another example of a recent Nintendo IP that did fairly well for itself and was memorable enough for people to talk about it. But it's also worth mentioning that I forget. I think it was the director who mentioned that the original outperformed expectations sales wise, and with Nintendo now fully owning the IP, I have the thought has occurred to me that. Could they be working on a sequel right now? Is it possible that Astral Chain 2 or whatever else they end up calling it might show up like late this year, early next year as a potential Switch 2 thing? And that would rocket the games. That would rocket the games, the setting, all of this stuff back into relevance.
I'd certainly think.
The question is, would it be in time for Smash 6, or maybe they'd have to settle for DLC, or who knows? But yeah, I agree about there being a ton of moveset potential with this character, and
I don't even know how they would play, because there's so many ways you can go with it.
Right, it was, and on top of it being a unique kind of cyberpunk aesthetic.
Yep.
I think aesthetic-wise, there's certainly something unique they could do here. And if this wasn't an Ultimate and they were cutting characters and Bayonetta ended up falling out, I think these guys could make a very good combo-y successor to that. Not that I think
while also having puppeteer elements.
But still.
Thank you for the $25 donation from Evie. I'm sorry, my friend, and I know them personally, so I'm going to say this. I'm not reading that out on stream. Anyway, you're up now, Dels.
Yeah, and my next one was Bandana Dee. So speaking of who we were just talking about a bit ago, and he's already shown up on 3 people's lists already. That's it's because he's people like the guy. He may not always be at the very top of people's lists, but he is often on their lists, and he's just that kind of guy you can't help but support. You can't help but want to see do well. And we've talked about everything else about him already, so let's keep things going briskly. I'm starting to think we're going to have to split this into 2 parts.
I brought this up.
Do the second part at a later date.
Yeah, I marked it on the schedule as potentially going overtime. I didn't expect it to have to go this overtime.
Yeah,
I don't know what your schedule is, Dels. I know that.
I'm here all night.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Snazzy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know what your what's on your plate right now.
I gotta get some video work done later, but I'm fairly open right now.
Okay.
Though, considering how slowly things have gone, it might be a good idea to go halfway here and do the other half at a later date in its own stream.
I was gonna suggest, how about we do up to round 13, and then we.
That's exactly what I was thinking, actually.
Okay.
Well, let's keep going. Let's see how.
I said in DMs
I put all my fun ones in the back half of mine. So
Yeah. I said in DMs to Slink that we should either split this in 2 or we should do Ninja Gaiden another night, whichever one is easier to reschedule, because I don't know which people's schedules.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden block is 2 hours. But
If we
I
need to
did
cut
get
into
a bunch
that,
of
it's
people.
fine. Yeah, it's okay. Well, let's keep going here. and
let's
we'll
just
see how-
let's just keep going
Yeah,
for now.
let's
Yeah.
at least make it. Let's finish round 13, and
Yes.
then we'll bring it up.
Then we'll
Okay.
yeah.
So,
All right.
Huff.
Yeah, funny and iconic Albert Whiskers.
Yo.
He's a Resident Evil is one of those IPs that like deserves to be here, like objectively, it does. But I like Chris, I like Claire, I like Jill, I like Leon. I don't really think they offer much in terms of like a moveset that makes me go, oh yeah, that's it. Because Resident Evil, I feel like, is best represented by the monsters. And I think Albert is the best middle ground between being a monster, a charismatic character, and a consistent figment in the IP. And in terms of moveset potential, he has it. He has enough. He would just be fun.
I love Resident Evil. I think Resident Evil is a huge series that deserves representation in Smash. I just feel like all of the characters are just kind of cops, like
Yeah.
like the main characters. I get you.
Guns, close quarter combat, knives, and it's like
Yeah,
that
it's
works
just
for a
not that
moveset,
exciting.
but it's not super
exciting.
exciting unless you put a gimmick on it.
Yeah,
Like, I think Resident Evil's in a difficult spot because not only did you mention most of its main characters are on the generic side, which isn't an immediate deal breaker, but considering the stuff they've used in their games, you do have to find a way to work around avoiding using realistic firearms, or else you draw the ire of ratings boards. And Smash kind of wants to keep that rating at E10 if at all possible.
Firearms is out the window. We already have a realistic firearm in the game.
Well, if you're going to talk about Jokers, that's technically a...
Yeah, but it
Or
looks
doesn't
like a
matter.
fake
Kid
weapon
sees
that-
that's a gun.
That only
That's a
behaves
gun.
like a real one in the metaverse, and the shots are highly stylized and unrealistic.
The thing
and
about that
yada,
is
but
the
anyway.
like when they show it off to the ESRB, generally they don't know. They just see it as a gun.
Anyway, the other problem I think Resident Evil has, and one that I'm not sure even Wesker could overcome, is how do you rein in the more grotesque elements of the series while without also raising the rating? And I think that's kind of difficult. And I don't have enough experience
That's
with
one of my
Resident Evil
issues
to
with
really
Doom
be
as well.
be the one who can answer that. And I'm interested to hear potential workarounds for that.
Yeah.
And too often I see fan designs who don't try to work around that, who just kind of decide, it'll be fine for this series. But I'm not sure that's the case.
Wesker does have a transformation, but I would like to stress that it's irreversible.
Yeah,
So-
that should be Final Smash only.
It should be Final Smash only. And it could even be a very funny Final Smash where it kills you for using it.
Yep. Oh god, that would be really funny.
Like I think you say, how do you rein in the more graphic elements enough to still feel like Resident Evil while also avoiding the M rating?
Yeah, so
I think
Wesker's
of
transformation
all the characters,
isn't grotesque so much as it is he gets like really big monster parts, so you can easily just redesign it to have those be like less fleshy, more indeterminate.
I think an easy way around that is like some of his transformation involved just general tendrils, whereas he's also wearing a big coat. You could just have it come out of like parts of his clothing and like seep through the bottom, so you don't see it tearing or anything.
Yeah.
There are ways around it.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that's a way
speaking-
around it.
Like,
Speaking of ratings boards, so
Oh,
here's
yeah.
Dead or Alive. This is Kasumi,
Oh boy.
I was
the
laughing when
original
you brought it
main
up
character of Dead or Alive.
True.
So there's a very funny thing about Dead or Alive, and that's that they have been chasing the... they've been trying to get away from their image as this kind of super fan service game for 2 games in a row. And in both
Remember
of those
when
games,
Ryan
they've
gave- you had
redesigned...
Lisa back to hand to him?
Yeah. For both of those games, they redesigned Kasumi, and as late now as Dead or Alive 6, Kasumi is just wearing a full bodysuit. Zero Suit Samus is right there. It's no more revealing than that. We're good. Anyway,
what's interesting too is Kasumi is in Ninja Gaiden 3. She has like weird Ninja Gaiden stuff to pull from too.
Yeah, her Ninja Gaiden 3 kit is actually just an adaptation of Dead or Alive, just with a sword.
With a sword, yep.
Yeah. But, I really like seeing how Smash integrates other fighting games into this non-traditional fighting game format. And the big thing with Dead or Alive is a lot of it is parry and throw-based. That's the main core of that game's combat. And Kasumi in particular integrates a lot of teleportation into her kit as well. So she could be this kind of character that jukes people out by disappearing when they go to attack her and then immediately counterattacking. I think it'd be very interesting, and personally, I'm still a fan of Dead or Alive, even if they have gone places. Anyway,
it's a fun series, and I think Kasumi is the correct.
Yeah, Kasumi is the correct choice. Don't pick anyone else. Yeah. Do not pick anyone else. Do not pick anyone with pink hair or anyone with blonde hair. Anyway, so.
All right, take what I said about Magalor and Bandana Dee and chuck it out the window, because Susie's the actual Kirby character I want to see into it. Look, all I'm saying is Smash Brothers is missing a very common fighting archetype that is little girl in big robot. And, Susie is the perfect character to fit that role in Super Smash Brothers. Planet Robobot is like the best Kirby game in a long time. Forgotten Land, which came out obviously recently, and like Susie's a fun character. She gets the big mech. It's cool, and I kind of want to see it in Smash. So there we go.
I like Susie a lot, but I just feel like there are other Kirby reps that it would be weird if she got in over. But I think
it's my list, so it's fine.
I know, no, I like it.
I purposely put Magalor and Susie next to each other, and I've done this with a few other characters if they're from the same series, where it's like, all right, I know this is a character that like, this character makes sense to get in, but I kind of want this character instead, sort of thing, and I've kind of done that with a few other choices here. But yeah, I think Susie's cool, and I'd like to see her in Smash. Or at least definitely come back in another Kirby game, at least.
Creeks. It's time to unmute.
True. Sorry, I've been muting, by the way, a lot. For some reason, my microphone keeps doing that thing that it does sometimes where it keeps going green for no reason. I can't tell if audio is bleeding through.
It does, so thank you.
Okay.
Proto Man is on my list, by the way. He's not, but he is.
Based. So I asked Huff, how do we handle characters that we would like to be echoes that are of characters that are on the base roster, because we have the echo slot that we're using for characters we're adding with an echo packed in, and he said just give me a slot, and I was like cool, so I want Proto Man. I've always been a big fan of Proto Man as a character. I think Blues is really cool. I think he works well as an echo over Mega Man. It would be weird trying to implement the shield over like
I would do it like Link's shield.
Yeah, but it'd be weird trying to implement it over Mega Man's moveset, because Mega Man's moveset wasn't really designed with something like Link's shield in mind. But I do think giving him a unique dash attack that's the shield charge or something like that would be a good way to kind of cover it and make it a lot of fun. The only other weird thing with Blues is he is in the Smash incarnation, him and Bass have models that are fairly taller than Mega Man's models, because their proportions are accurately scaled to they're actual real proportions from the Mega Man franchise that are canon and accurate to the character designs.
Yes.
And Mega Man is accurate to the sprite and not any of the artwork. So this would probably only work if they were to give Mega Man some slight tweaks to redo his model rigging and animation to make him be more based on his artwork than the NES sprites, and it just conveniently happens to be exactly what I want them to do with Mega Man. So
would you have them use item?
That's not an uncommon sentiment.
Instead of Rush, because he can't use Rush.
Go first.
Oh, that's a good point. I mean, that'd be one way to help him stand out. Proto Man could use item 1 or the other items from Mega Man 2.
Give him Beak. Because we still have some of the code left, I'm sure, at Bandai Namco for the.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I told Huff that. I told
true.
Huff that I wanted to do Proto Man, but I didn't want to use an Echo spot for it. And I said the best way to make him unique, besides obviously he's the prototype of Mega Man, so he should. I mean, canonically, he takes more damage, but he does more damage. So that's what you would change. I don't know if that's too much for an Echo, but if you really wanted to Luigi-fy him. Yeah, if you wanted to Luigi-fy him, just give him the custom moves from Smash 4. They're there. They exist.
Yeah, on the Echo front, if it was like an Echo added to a character that already exists, I just didn't know how to represent that on here, so I said, I'm just putting it on as a slot.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it.
Yeah, also, I forgot to bring this up earlier. Some of the Echoes that we have aren't always Echoes. Like, we have the thing in the top right. Not everybody chose them to be Echoes. Some people decided them to be alt costumes for like half the skins. But I just decided to represent it like that because how the fuck would you know they're there?
Yeah, I mean, any alt costume can technically be an Echo as well.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't
Unfortunately.
really matter. They're in the game.
Yeah. Except for Alf.
Yeah, Alf's not allowed.
Poor Alf.
All right,
Okay.
Sazzy, what's
you're
your
up.
next one?
I don't know. Oh, Chun-Li. Like, I don't know who the next character is.
You think I picked
The world's strongest woman.
All right, go on.
So I don't necessarily feel like, Capcom's gonna get a lot of reps. I don't think they necessarily need 3 Street Fighter characters, but Chun-Li has made almost as many crossover appearances as Ryu, and she's like the quintessential, like, female fighting game character, in the same way that Ryu is just like the quintessential fighting game character. So it makes a lot of sense for me to have her in like the ultimate crossover game. So while, maybe one more Street Fighter character might be, leaning too much into that franchise, that is the fighting game franchise, and I think that there's a good case to make that she is the most iconic female video game character. I don't know if I agree with that. You could talk about, hey, Princess Peach, this or that, but there's definitely an argument to be made, and the fact that there's an argument to be made about that, I think proves why she, kind of deserves a spot in Smash.
She
Plus,
is definitely
she's
the
cool
most
and fun to play
iconic
as.
one that isn't in Smash yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And far as third-party franchises that could justify another full newcomer go, Street Fighter is absolutely one of them. And while Capcom has a massive logjam when it comes to potential characters, I do think Chun-Li is worth keeping an eye on, especially with how acclaimed and popular Street Fighter 6 has been. So even if
she would be the only charged character, I don't know if you could do a charged character in Smash.
Well, Terry has a charge move in Rising Tackle.
He does, yeah.
Yeah, but that isn't fully the same because it's vertical, not horizontal.
Yeah, still, like even if it's not quite, whether she be base game material or not is up for debate, especially since I think a different Capcom character would take priority. She'd very much be a DLC material in that scenario, especially with Sakurai being so into fighting game characters as DLC picks. Okay, so are we on to me now? Does anyone have any more to say? Okay, so interestingly, funny we talk about Echoes because my next character is one who is not only one of a very commonly discussed character and one who is honestly one of the most likely first-party newcomers right now, but it's also someone who could come with a +1 that I haven't seen people bring up much at all.
Okay.
So there we are. So, Meowscarada, very popular pick right now. Extremely popular character, covers an element that is functionally completely untapped on the roster so far, and will be, well, almost completely untapped, but if Ivysaur doesn't come back, will be completely untapped again, and can use it and can do completely unique stuff with it, well, with the whole magician motif. However, there's also potential for an Echo Fighter of a character from a previous generation. And while it's no Greninja by far, the Fennekin line as a whole has become more popular over time, especially its final evolution. And while I do have some bias here because this is my favorite starter.
You managed to squeeze Delphox into the roster somehow.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, for the record, that has nothing to do with my tag here. I actually came up with this before Gen 6 was a thing. It's a complete coincidence. The thing is, this isn't much of a reach at all. Like, you could transfer a shocking amount of moves from Meowscarada's moveset over to Delphox, and it would work perfectly fine. Just by changing the aesthetics from plants and grass and flowers and such to fire effects, it would actually work really well. Like, they even have the exact same average height. And so while I designed Meowscarada in my moveset earlier this year to be a half zoner with a heavy emphasis on trapper elements, on playing like a magician and finding ways to pull the rug out from under your opponents and trick them into falling for your high damaging setups, Delphox would be a more straightforward zoner take on it. Wouldn't be as strong up close, but would have better mid-range tools, be more of a classic mixed zoner who can use disjoints and projectiles, because a lot of the physical strikes would use a wand instead for increased range, and so you'd be able to use disjointed attacks where Meowscarada would simply use simple swings of the hands or such. And if you go back, fun fact, most of the A moves in my Meowscarada video were derived from the very old Delphox moveset I came up with years ago, and it required hardly any creative liberties at all for me to do. That's how well both these characters could use similar moves. And so while Meowscarada is a very popular character, very commonly discussed and a popular pick for next Smash, there is an Echo Fighter that could come along that could also be interesting. Especially if you do the visual thing I came up with and tapped into Delphox's psychic typing to use multicolored fire for the fire-based attacks as a kind of a sort of unique visual identity. So I just had to bring that up because I think it's a really cool idea.
I don't know enough about either Delphox or Meowscarada to comment really on this, because I have used neither Pokemon in any of my run-throughs.
I know enough to say that I don't believe that he's stretching at all. The body types are a bit different in terms of how they would move, but in terms of their attacks, I totally get it.
Fair.
All right.
Well, Huff, what you got for us?
Huff, it's time for
you have a very
character.
silly roster. I just want to say that.
like silly.
Oh, here's a less silly one.
Isaac! Hey!
Isaac.
I'm so glad someone has it so I can say I like Isaac.
Yeah, in terms of, I chose Felix as an Echo. Felix does have some differences from Isaac, but I do feel like it is totally possible to make a moveset that fits both. And while Felix is a bit taller, we do also have some Echoes that are canonically different heights from their base counterparts. You can just, like, alter their stance a little bit to make it work. And out of all the IPs, Golden Sun is the one with the most drummed up support for a revitalization, especially in Smash community. And I feel like at this point, Isaac is the most likely character to be added from a not prominent Nintendo IP.
Yeah,
I can see the argument.
I think that.
I think Isaac is one of two first-party characters right now who has everything going for them except relevance, and that lack of relevance has been a deal breaker so far.
Yeah,
he has so much moveset potential. He has this entire unique angle because he specializes in earth-based magic, which is also an entire element we have not seen the roster tap into yet. And we didn't last time because of bad timing, unfortunately. That's a whole other can of worms. And Isaac can do so much within that element. He learns so many different types of, his settings equivalent of magic. in addition to different ability ways to telekinetically move objects or grasp at them, like he would have a disjointed grab. He could potentially have a tether recovery. And my Isaac moveset a long time ago envisioned him as being this combination of disjointed attacks and stage control lockdown type moves. Like I gave him a side special based on the move Spire, where he summons a small pillar of rock a distance away up in the air, and it falls down and forces opponents to move. Or I made his down special based on Growth, where he plants a sprout at his feet, and then on command he can have it sprout out and snare anyone nearby, sort of as a kind of an alternate version of Snake's remote mine, but with some different features that would make it still stand out. And I think if by some miracle Golden Sun manages to come back within the next year or so, I think that would immediately vault Isaac to near frontrunner status, even if it takes DLC for Smash 6. And there's even a chance that with the support he's drummed up now, there is a chance he could pull a K rule and manage to make it in next time anyway, even though he hasn't had the chance to be relevant.
Yeah, he is the next K rule or Ridley type character for Smash. He's the one that has the most support from the community.
I don't know what. Well, I mean, that's Geno.
I was referring to first party, but fair.
I mean, yeah, but factually, that's Geno.
Geno, he's on my square.
I mean, this is Geno.
Own Sora.
I think the problem is that we don't know what Camelot wants, because it's different from the dead Nintendo franchise.
On that front, did you know that Camelot on their website actually created a Golden Sun section recently?
Wait, what?
Really?
Yeah, apparently they added. I'm fact checking myself because I read that on like a news article, and I did not bother to fact check it because why would I go to the Camelot's Japanese website?
Real fast.
Good. Well, let's move on to.
Yeah, I would really want. I really want a new Golden Sun game, by the way.
So
but
I
anyway.
see. I see the song that's next on my shuffle. I can't believe this happened. All right, it's playing the goddamn Gorman horse theme from Majora's Mask. Anyway, guys, here's my only shitpost character.
Oh yeah!
Oh man,
he's there.
That's somehow worse than.
Hey, you want to talk about Switch IPs?
Yeah, what are the 1-2 Switch games that he would?
Everybody 1-2 Switch was certainly a thing that exists.
Yeah, this is my suggestion, and I'm happy.
So I was going through 25 characters, and I'm like, okay, I need some cool picks, and I got to like 20, 22, and I'm like, Huff, do you have any ideas? They sent me the Horus slot, and I'm like, all right, put him on.
That's all I needed to see. Get him on it.
Anyway, enough.
So, let's go back to talking about Isaac.
I will say, while I very much doubt MC Horus will actually show up as a newcomer, I think his mask will probably show up as a Mii costume part.
Oh my god!
And it will be pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna
the perfect Mii costume accessory.
All right, so I've also got Isaac KX, and I've done Matthew as the originally the costume. This was the one I put on the roster as being like this. Give him Matthew as an Alf costume, and then Huff was like, just do you can do him in the Echo thing if you want. And I was like, yeah, it works either way. Yeah, I agree. All the same reasons we've talked about Isaac. I can't find this mysterious Golden Sun page that Huff is talking about on the Camelot.
I posted it in the chat and pinged you.
No, did you?
Yeah, it's in a guest hangout.
All right, I'll take a. I know. Oh yeah, they've plastered like Golden Sun artwork all over their thing, but there's no. I thought you were talking about like a dedicated page for it.
Yeah, I remember hearing that they did a page, but I can't find anything on
I
that.
can't find a page, but yeah, they're using Golden Sun key art like just across the website in general.
Not
There's
just key
eyes on the
art,
front
new
page.
key art too.
Is there new key arts?
I wonder if,
Apparently.
I haven't seen any new key art when
That
looking
is-
through, but
That's actually
Anyway.
insane if there's new key art because the illustrator passed away a while ago.
Oh damn.
yeah.
Oh,
So,
I
for the original one, anyway, the guy who's recently removed a lot of his stuff off of Instagram for accidentally accidentally quote unquote putting up concept art. He had loads of Golden Sun concept art from the DS game up on his Instagram account because he worked on that, and that's also now been taken off.
Yep.
If there is
Oh,
some
like,
sort of
imagine-
revival of this franchise, then I'd say Isaac's almost a shoot-in.
But yeah,
Yep.
so the reason I went with
instantly become a front runner.
So the reason I went with Matthew over Felix is because we don't really know what the future of this series is. It's kind of a weird position where Isaac's obviously been in more games and is the character everyone talks about. But if you actually look at interviews from Camelot themselves, Isaac was just intended to be the prologue character and Matthew was intended to take over as the MC for the series. But then obviously he's only had the one game. So it's a kind of weird position where, depending on what happens with this franchise, if they actually continue going the Dark Dawn route, Matthew could be taking over Isaac's role in as the main character. But equally, because of how popular Isaac is and how the franchise has kind of flopped around, and how long it's been, they may choose to remake the first Golden Sun, or they may just decide to somehow have Isaac be the protagonist again or something. I don't know.
yeah. I
We'll
think
say,
Matthew works better as an Echo. I just went with Felix because out of the 3 games, Lost Age is my favorite.
Yeah, fair enough.
I will say, if Isaac did get a set of alternate costumes, if he did get in, my personal pick would be his time skip design from Dark Dawn, just because badass long coats are my thing. So it would take some model size shenanigans like they did with Hyde. But if they did it, that is the alt I would use.
It was the monster designer who passed away 5 years ago. Hiroshi Kajiyama.
Yeah. Alright, Creeks, you're up.
Let's see. Yeah, so I didn't pipe in much during the Wesker conversation. So I am pretty firmly of the opinion that not only does so I don't really think that the Resident Evil characters using mostly firearms in a relatively grounded way is too much to say about them being unique, because we don't have anyone that uses realistic firearms outside of Joker that uses it like Dante. But I don't think that these characters work. This is not a realistic pick by any means. I just love Leon S. Kennedy as a character and would like to have him here. I think if they somehow did make him work, I think the bolt action rifle, the pistol, the knife shenanigans, especially now that he has a crazy parry with it. He's got roundhouse kicks, suplexes. I think that he would be a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff in his arsenal that you could do some really interesting stuff with. I firmly am in the camp of I do not think Resident Evil content-wise, I think actually the bigger issue is stage and spirits. Because I don't
City,
feel...
it's a zombie abyss.
True. I don't
The
feel
police station,
like...
probably.
Yeah, I just don't feel like you could really do the RCPD or the Village or the Raccoon City streets justice without having or even the Spencer Mansion without having zombies or BOWs or Las Plagas hanging around in the background or something like that.
I think you could do zombies.
Have them. Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't think zombies are so grotesque.
Yeah,
It's just I do think between that and the fact that it's less that they use realistic firearms, because I do think that is not really as much of a problem as people might think, because we got away with things like Joker. I think that it's more so the fact that they use realistic firearms in a realistic way, and that's kind of all that they have outside of, let's be honest, frankly, superhuman physical feats. But I do think if they somehow made it happen, it won't happen, but if they did, I think it would be a lot of fun to play as.
Yeah, I honestly, and I'm sure someone will talk about it at some point, I feel like Doom is a bigger problem for location and background stuff than Resident Evil.
Oh,
because I think
Doom
you can
is
tone
a
Resident
nightmare.
Evil down.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Anyway,
You can
And
just
with
have spooky
Resident Evil,
mansion for
yeah.
Resident Evil, but for like Doom, it's literally
You could
hell.
hit
Mars.
Hell.
hell.
I mean, they
Okay,
would,
you know
it
what you
actually
do?
probably would be E1M1 or like
Yeah.
the UAC base.
True.
It would not
Do
be hell as the
E1M1,
stage,
but instead of it having it face the base, have it face just Mars. That way it doesn't have the gore.
true.
Yeah,
But the issue there is also like with Resident Evil for something like the spirits or the stage cameos, you can just be like, yeah, just have it be the human characters from the franchise. They're very recognizable and popular. Doom is all about the hell
The
demons
weird
from hell.
remember
So
that
that's a
fake
bit more of
Caco
a
demon
problem.
leak? That
I'm
was
sure
something
this
I would like.
discussion
Oh, yeah,
doesn't
the
matter
Caco
because
Mallow
we'll be
leak,
seeing him
costume
later
leak.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right. Let's move on to Splatty.
Hey!
it's the third
Hey,
Sonic
okay.
character.
Did you know that his name is miles per hour because it's a pun because he can run fast?
Whoa.
Yeah, I figured that out years ago and
Whoa.
face palmed once I noticed.
Just let you guys know. I think we talked about Sonic, I think twice now, right? Because we talked
Yeah.
about Eggman, we talked about Knuckles. I feel like Sonic is, out of all of the third parties, the one that could probably needs another character. And I just feel like it's Sonic and Tails. You know, it's his Luigi. And the difference between Tails and Luigi, though, is Tails is a fully fledged character with a completely
Wow, how
different
dare
set
you.
of moves than Sonic. I
Okay.
mean, obviously Luigi's been Luigified, but like Tails, A, he's got his tails and can fly. B, he's got all sorts of gadgets from other games too. So like, there's a lot you can do with him. He's not gonna be a straight, he's not gonna resemble Sonic that much. But I just feel like he's literally the next character, like Sonic 2 with the two tails. You know, it's Sonic and Tails. Yeah, sure, Knuckles was in the second Sonic movie, but everything kind of focused on Tails when it came to the advertising. I mean, and Knuckles too, but more Tails. I
thing
don't
is,
know. I just feel like Tails is the next big Sonic character. I can't see a case being made, especially for Eggman Robotnik, but also for Shadow, especially for Knuckles, and to a point, Amy. I think those are the only characters you can really talk about, and Shadow mostly as an Echo. But I think Tails is my preferred next Sonic character, at least.
You know, like, while I personally think Dr. Eggman would be most likely to be the second Sonic character, I don't think Tails is that far behind, and I think he's definitely got his own arguments for inclusion.
Yeah.
I like how everyone was expecting me to go on like a minute-long ramble there.
No.
Also, if he's not in as a character, he would be the best assist trophy if all he did was follow you around, and if you go off stage, he just grabs you and pulls you back.
I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that I put 4 Zelda soundtracks on shuffle for this stream, and it's been almost non-stop just playing Skyward Sword battle music. I don't know what happened. It makes this discussion really tense. Anyway,
Alright,
yes.
so
Alright,
for mine,
where we go next?
going in order now, for me, we're getting into the Xenoblade characters, and by that I mean the obvious picks. So my next
Young
one
Schultz,
is
Old Show.
That's
my
right.
next one is, of course,
Rampart, the giant gorilla.
Rockport. So
Territorial
anyway,
Rampart.
yeah, Noah is very commonly talked about when it comes to potential Smash 6 characters, and for good reason. Xenoblade is a franchise that is very much on the rise. It doesn't feel oversaturated in Smash so far, and it's been enough to kind of overcome the whole anime sword fighter stigma. But also, Noah's got a lot more than just a sword to use, because his game has a full-on job system, and if you use it in moderation, it can give him alternate weapons to use. So, for example, my moveset for Noah earlier this year also has him tap into the weapons of his Kevesi allies, Uni and Lance, using a staff that can fire ether shots and a high-tech giant two-handed sword that doubles as a shield that can create force fields that can also deploy a turret that fires ether bullets. It makes sense in context, I promise. And he works out those in for certain moves alongside his swordplay for something very unique. I also built his specials around the way his arts function in Xenoblade 3, where if you go a certain amount of time without using them, letting them recharge, you get stronger versions. And I think there's a potential there for us to tap into even more of what makes Xenoblade combat so engaging, especially Xenoblade 3, since, oh boy, that game is peak fiction. And,
it is incredible. I've said it multiple times. I think Xenoblade 3 might have the greatest narrative I've ever experienced in a
though it
Xenoblade.
only hits really hard if you played the first two Xenoblade games. That's the thing.
That's where it hits the hardest for sure.
I love Xenoblade as a series. Like, I feel like the first game really reignited my love for JRPGs after being kind of meh on them for a while. But I have not gotten around, just because I've been busy, to playing Xenoblade 3 yet. And because I've been busy and I want to like give myself time for that game. So that's the only reason I haven't added a Xenoblade 3 rep, because I'm like, oh, I can add Noah or Mio, but I don't actually know the characters. I would be adding them just because I like the series.
You gotta play it, man. You gotta play it.
It's a great time. There's a lot of like really interesting conversations to have about Noah. There's the fact that he has like virtual mode as an install. Is like one big thing. He's got obviously Noah and Mio both have the class switching is like a big part of their game. I've actually talked at length about, you know, a lot of people gravitate towards Mio just because she has the chakrams, and Noah has he has a big red sword, and obviously there are two Xenoblade characters in Smash that already have a big red sword. There's a lot of concerns about sameness, but I've talked a lot about how for, you know, his specials or for Smash decks you could tap into the fact that Master Arts just allow you to whip out a weapon from a different class while you're not using it, and, you know, use something from that. I've had people tell me like that's, you know, on the same level of, you know, Sonic flicky down smash, or
No,
you know, or you know, people
very
talking
much
about you know, Paper Mario summoning. I have had 3 people tell me that it's like pulling for a reference. None of those 3 people have played the game. Job switching is Xenoblade.
It is a literal. It's
It
a
is
core Master Arts
the
are a
mechanic
core
in the
mechanic of combat.
Yeah.
Like you can assign arts from classes you're not using and use them in combat. That is a core mechanic. And so, like, Noah whipping out like a gun rod or a shield blade and using that for certain attacks is 100% in line with Xenoblade 3 combat. It's not a reach in the slightest. And while, yeah, there is a risk if you do it for too many different classes, it can make the moveset cluttered. But if done in moderation, it is 100% in character.
Oh yeah, and I really like the idea that you brought up in your video of just having like, what if Mio uses stuff from you know, Tyon and Senna's class, and Noah has a couple moves that pull from Lands and Uni. A concept that I've come across relatively recently that I thought was hilarious is, you know, if they don't do that, what if the idea is that Noah and Mio are both in the game, but instead of being like tag characters like a lot of people would expect them to be, you know, when people are asked for both of them to be in the game, they expect them to be a tag character like Zelda Sheik or Pyra Mythra, which doesn't really reflect Xenoblade 3 really well.
Yeah.
What if they were echoes of each other because their down special makes them switch classes and they just start in their respective class, which is a really funny idea.
Yeah, I think it would just be, like, I've entertained the idea. I think it would just be more clunky than it's worth.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially when it wouldn't really let them fully utilize the stuff that makes them like character specific stuff, like Noah using moves that or like that aren't just standard sword fighter class fare, but stuff that Noah specifically would do. Like, I think that eliminates the ability to do that, and not just that. And because Noah and Mio have different base stats in their games, and cramming them both into one moveset, like as echoes of each other functionally or as alts of each other, wouldn't let you really utilize that and wouldn't let them play distinctly like they do in the game.
No, I completely agree with that. I thought I would bring it up because I saw it at some point, the concept of they both have access to like Zephyr and Sword Fighter, and you switch between them, but they have specific like benefits. I thought it was like a really cute concept to get both of them in there. I don't think it's what they should do, But I do think it's a really funny idea, and I feel like the fact that there
Yeah.
are several different ways that you can interpret things like the Ouroboros powers and the master arts and class switching in general, it gives both of them so much to work with that would be really interesting and make them both a lot of fun to play as.
Okay.
Alright, shall we move on then
Huff.
to Huff?
Are you still in existence?
Huh?
Okay.
Oh boy.
He's a good
Grandpa.
boy. That's my
Huff,
reasoning.
I just want to say that if this was actually the roster for a new Smash Brothers game, I respect the hell out of it, but man, people would be confused.
Yep, that's why I chose to make things that would bring up discussion and things that people don't talk about, not really characters people give a shit about.
Personally, I was more in favor of Ochi until I actually played Pikmin 4, and found out that it's just like Dog Olimar with a charge.
He does get
Yeah,
more,
that's
you just haven't
incredible.
reached there yet.
Oh damn! I'm
Yeah.
waiting then.
Like honestly, like I'm interested to see your ideas for Ochi moveset wise, because as someone who did 100% Pikmin 4, I'm
I did too.
skeptical about his ability to work as a full-fledged fighter. I think like not only is the stuff he has very similar to what the captains use, it's just the fact that he doesn't have any limbs other than 2 legs and a tail, and it's just, and the fact that he's canonically so much bigger than the captains, which would make him
A big character, and that would make
I
it
think
really
it would-
funny.
like I just feel like I am skeptical about his ability to actually work.
Yeah, this is
And-
one of those characters where, like, hypothetically, I like the idea of making him playable, and this is one of the ones where
Yeah.
you really have to stretch to make it work, but I like that. I do. And I think you can make him work with, like, simple bites, charges, and the toolkit that you get in Pikmin 4, you could bring out, like, some of the lesser used items for some abilities, such as, like, bomb rocks, ice rocks, the poison dealing damage, throw pick carrots.
Yeah,
Like, he does have stuff to work with, but you do need to come up with a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I'm not against the idea. I would need convincing.
Yeah,
that
it's
he
one of
could
those ones
actually
where,
work.
like, Slink brought it up where they need to be sold on it. And it's like, yeah, this is one of the ones where if I were to make a moveset for, or if I were to pick one character to make a moveset for, it would be Ochi, just because I feel like more people need convincing on it, because, like, he is just an alien dog. He does have some stuff that he can do, but he is just an alien dog. And I actually think the way that you would make him more interesting is if you just extrapolate on his body and form and the abilities that Olimar doesn't have in Smash and make a moveset around that.
Okay.
But,
Okay, so
yeah.
Alright, Slink.
My next
Just to speed
character
this
is one that's been brought up before. However, I have gone with the Skyward Sword incarnation of Impa, mainly because incredibly lanky body type, just inherently the amount of distance between the normal Zelda characters and her head is a lot. She would be as tall as Ganondorf. And that would just inherently pave the way for her being different from Sheik. Even if Sheik is not there, I would still want Impa to be different so that they're not just a reskin of a cut character.
like that wasn't entirely my intent. I didn't
Oh, no.
like I didn't mean
No,
to
no.
say like we can have Impa in to replace Sheik, but no, that was just
No.
like I just figured like this character, if
That-
Sheik didn't make it back, which is a legitimate question, that if Impa was chosen as a newcomer, she could serve as a successor of sorts while also doing her own thing within the whole Sheikah ninja archetype.
Oh yeah,
a
certainly.
pseudo replacement, like how Lucas was meant to take over for Nets.
Yeah, I didn't think that you were saying that. That's my personal retort to a lot of people who just say Impa should replace Sheik and just take over the whole thing.
Yeah, like I don't think like just directly taking Sheik's entire moveset really does Impa justice as a character.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also like devalues Sheik as well.
Yes.
Like it devalues both characters, and like, let's be real. Has any character taking on the complete moveset of another one and that original character not being there gone over well ever?
No.
I mean,
What are
has
you
it
talking
ever-
about? People love Remy from Street Fighter.
Oh, I guess in other games, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that was sarcasm. People hate Remy.
Yeah. People don't hate Remy. They don't know he exists.
Oh, well, Third Strike players know he exists, and they don't really like him because
Yeah.
he's
Spider 3 in general was hilarious with that shit.
But like they don't really hate him because he replaced Guile. They hate him because he is Guile.
Yeah. They hate him because they hate him.
But yeah, Nansen, you're up next. What
Yeah,
you got?
so
Oh my god.
Well,
Yeah.
this is awkward.
So I kept my mouth shut for Huffs because I
Yeah.
wanted to talk about it here.
That's why I
because
didn't want to go too much into it,
Yeah.
because I knew you were next.
You're all wrong. As someone who not only reviewed Pikmin 4 but beat it to 100%, Ochi is like perfect Smash material. And like I feel like all the criticisms I see people bring up are just non-criticisms, really. Like, all right, like the height thing that Dell brought up. I actually did look at this because that was one of my concerns. And Ochi in Pikmin 4 is about twice the height of Olimar, captain-wise. Olimar, twice the height of Olimar isn't even like Ganondorf's height in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So Ochi is fine for that in terms of like
Okay, then.
size. And then in terms of movesets,
Not-
I don't think like moveset wise he needs to be massively different. When we've got Smash Brothers where we have characters like Isabelle already in the roster, where they clearly like using the same ideas that the villager does, but then just more added on. Ochi can very much get away with that. Because I don't think you'd have Ochi here and not have him be able to use Pikmin in some way. So there's going to be some crossover with Olimar already. But with his bigger size, his bigger focus on rushing, and being a bit more of a rushdown character in his bite. And then if you decided to use different Pikmin for Ochi, like the Ice Pikmin in particular, the way I was envisioning it with Ochi is that if you just focused on the Pikmin 4 ones, you could just have Ochi have Ice Pikmin as his main thing that can either be thrown like the regular ones, or if you do a rushdown with Ochi and you hit your opponent, the Pikmin like fall off of Ochi and land on all of them land on, because that's the thing with Ochi. The Pikmin don't follow behind like they do with Captain and Olimar. The Pikmin hold on to Ochi. So you wouldn't get scenarios like you do in Smash where players can just pick off the Pikmin chasing like behind Olimar and kill them that way. They would be on Ochi, so they would be protected. So like you could rush in, knock Ice Pikmin onto people, freeze them. Like if you could, because there's the freeze effect obviously in Smash. So the Ice Pikmin can work for that. The recovery as well. Obviously, right now it's the Wing Pikmin hold Olimar up from the top, and the more Pikmin Olimar has, the heavier he is. You could bring that idea in, but instead of having it be Wing Pikmin above, you could have Ochi lifted up from below, either with Wing Pikmin again or using the green. I can't remember what they're called now.
Glow Pikmin?
Glow Pikmin. That's
Glow
the one.
Pikmin.
Yes, and like, even then for his final smash as well, because Ochi does go out at night. You don't have to leave day like Olimar does. You could literally have like the Spirit Bomb attack with the Glow Pikmin as the final smash. Like just all the Glow Pikmin like converge above Ochi to make this massive bomb that then just
You're missing a step there.
on.
What
Whole
happens is that Ochi needs to trap them into the Hell Pit dimension before that can happen, because Glow Pikmin can't be in the sunlight.
I mean, sure.
Nah,
You know,
I just want...
when the end of day comes, the sun sets, and then that's when Olimar goes. So the second Ochi's thing is it just sunsets, and then all the Glow Pikmin.
I still think it's much funnier if they just get sent into a cave.
Well, yeah.
Like a Den Dory.
Nan, I had a really stupid but cute idea. So you know how like you talked about how the Pikmin would ride on Ochi instead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For like some of his aerials, instead of like having Ochi like swing a Pikmin with his mouth, you could have the Pikmin act on their own. So like the Pikmin like form a line, kind of like Olimar's old up special where he throws him out like a vine.
Yeah.
The Pikmin could be like holding on to Ochi, and one of them flies off, and then the other ones go back to grab him and pull him back.
Yeah. But like
That's
that
not
that could work. Like, of course, the other way to do this, of course, is also to have Ochi with the rookie lying on their back, like it is in the actual games, because that would it would be obviously slightly taller, but it still wouldn't. It may be as tall as Ganondorf with that one, but it wouldn't be like massively taller still. And then you can have the rookie on top do moves similar to Olimar does when he's throwing, hitting Pikmin in aerials and stuff, with the rookie just being the one doing it. So, like, yeah, the moveset wouldn't be vastly different from Olimar, because
but it could just be
it's still a Pikmin protagonist. It still has to play like a Pikmin protagonist. But I think Ochi's size and speed and using the new elements taken from Pikmin 4 offer enough to make it at least Isabelle to Villager levels of different, or Lucas to Ness levels of different, or something like that. And I think of all the Pikmin characters there are, Ochi has a far better chance of actually making it in than like Louis or like Charlie or the President or a Bulbul or anything like that. And yeah, Moss would take up an alt. You could, if you have the rookie, you could even have it be Louis and Moss as as one of the alts, and then you actually have Louis in the game as well.
That'd be a really cute way of getting like long-running Pikmin characters into the game.
You could have all of the different the default rookie designs. You could have Louis. You could have the Leafling versions. And then you could either choose to have the other captains like Shepard and Colin from Pikmin 4 all have use this as a way to bring in stuff like Charlie and Brittany and etc. Like, I just think there's a lot you can do with Ochi, and people I think just write him off thinking he's like the hot new character of the time because Pikmin 4 is quite big. But no, I think I think he's got a lot of potential that's very Smash Brothers like.
He's also a good boy.
Yeah, he is also a very good boy.
I'm a bit less skeptical now. Like, some of those ideas were actually pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. See, justice for my boy Ochi. Let's get him in. There we go. I've had my rant. Now can you move on to Creeks?
Creeks.
You're mute again.
What do I have? What do I have on here? True. Yeah, so here's VV from Final Fantasy IX. So
Hey, this guy actually predates VV.
Yeah.
Sure. So we want to talk about doing things for my 13-year-old self on this list. Recently, I've been going through my anti-hater character arc, where I've just decided that I'm not going to allow people that are cringe liking things that I enjoy to stop me liking those things. I've decided that Smash fans that are annoying about Geno, Geno's not theirs anymore. He's mine. I took them back. They're not allowed to have him anymore, so not a problem. But I genuinely, there's a big part of me that, even though there has been so much contention, there's so much of a stigma kind of associated with the fact that out of nowhere during the Brawl days it became such a big request, and it was really just based on, oh hey, this cool character from a game that was, I think a lot of people don't know this, but a big part of the reason that blew up is back in the day, on the internet in the 2000s and before that, Super Mario RPG was kind of held in the same regard as something like Chrono Trigger. It was one of those legendary old RPGs. So it was just, hey, here's this cool looking party member that has some narrative significance in this old Mario RPG. And people kind of use that to prop him up as, representing, a bunch of crazy stuff like, oh, the Mario RPGs in general, or the connection between Nintendo and Square, when it's really just always been about the reason that people like Geno is just, it's a cool character design, he's a cool moveset, the concept of his character being a doll with a bunch of weapons inside of his body, and the ability to use black magic, like a black mage from his stats are basically, he's the black mage of the party. He can shoot destructo discs, and he can fire little pellets out of his hand. He can fire beams, and it's just the concept of this doll being possessed by by a fallen star, that grants wishes as a part. He says, "I serve a higher power" in the original SNES translation, and that's just incredible. It really is. It all comes down at the end of the day to this is a character that for some reason, I don't even think anybody knows where it all came from, but for some reason, people just decided in the mid 2000s that he was really cool. Yeah,
I grew up in middle school. Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis were the consoles I played because I'm one of them elder millennials. I bought Super Mario RPG the year it came out. I don't know if I bought it at launch. It was probably like a Christmas or birthday or whatever gift, and I beat it a couple times. Loved the game. I was flabbergasted when I started seeing all the Geno support rise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, it makes no sense. Like, now people are playing the game, so they see that it makes no... Like, he's not even that much of a... Like, I guess he has... Like, I guess the narrative of the game does deal with his story, but he's not, like, as much of a character as, like, Mallow is. You know what I mean?
If they were to pick a character from Mario RPG, Mallow is the choice I would go with. And I think the stigma...
he's not as cool as Geno.
Yeah, but the stigma around Geno is partially the reason why I just don't care about him.
Yeah, like, Geno, like, it's weird. I guess spoilers. I have Geno later on my list. It's like Geno's just like he has such fan demand that like I feel like it's time, especially with the remake came out. Like this is Geno's time. And at the end of the day, he's cool. He looks cool. His moveset will be different. So like, Geno.
Yeah, like and from a meta level, like I don't want to. I don't want to like take this in the wrong direction. So like I want to make it clear exactly like the reason why I think this and why I'm saying this, because Huff brought up earlier, like it's really cringe when people want characters for like meta or like ulterior motive reasons. The exceptions would be something like me saying, "Oh, hey, it'd be really cool to get Takamaru back just to see how they would like reinvent him for a modern era," because that's just more about, oh, it'd be neat to see what they do with the character, which is a completely different thing from
the pit effect.
Yeah, what Huff was talking about, but. From a meta perspective, I think it would be really cool to have a character in Smash like Geno that is like, he's not a long-standing request like Ridley or K. Rool that are like some of the biggest, most important recurring characters in their franchise. He's not something like Banjo that genuinely represents like a connection between Nintendo and one of their old partners that is like a representative of this entire era of video games and this entire like genre. It is just... What if, after all these years, a character who has, on paper, no reason to be in this, like, big crossover of, like, all of these, these cool, niche Nintendo characters and these big, popular icons of the Nintendo brand and all these third-party characters that are these big gaming icons? What if this character that is this obscure third-party character from a game from, like, 30-something years ago got into like Smash just because people decided he would be cool and a bunch of people said that they wanted it? I feel like that's sort of like a neat giving back to the community type thing, even if like I established earlier, a lot of the people that are big Geno fans, let's be frank, really don't deserve it. But like,
well, I'm very excited that all the Geno fans finally get an opportunity to play the game he came
play the game. Exactly. Yeah.
I think the best way I could sum up my opinion on Geno is I am probably the biggest Mario RPG fan in Call. Not RPG the game, but the IP. Like
the IP. The game would probably be me, but the franchise.
I have played Bowser's Inside Story to completion 7 times.
Wow, the worst one.
I have played Paper Jam. Yeah, I've played all of these games. Like I have so many goddamn hours on these.
I love how I have played Paper Jam is said with the same weight of I've played this good one 7 times.
Yeah, like I think it's a shame that like Geno, objectively, I would like the character if like in terms of playstyle, like the ideas that people have behind him I actually like. It's just the stigma around him has made me not want him anymore.
Yeah, here's
that
the
just
thing.
Sucks.
Here's the thing. If we, like I said, a big part of this is just me. Like I've been having a lot of people that know me personally know that like I took a break from using certain like social media and stuff. I left a couple groups I was in for a while, and I came back and I've kind of had a different mindset about a lot of stuff. If you asked me like 2 months ago, I would not have had Geno on this list at all, much less in as high of a position as he is in. But like, I've kind of hit a point where I've kind of allowed myself to enjoy things without letting like the stigma of other people that are not really the best good faith actors ruin those things for me. And a big part of that for me is like when I was like a young kid, like I had pre E3 2013 Smash Bros. Like Mega Man reveal, like when I was first getting big into Smash speculation, I found the like Geno
was like 10
community.
years
I found
after
this
I
character
graduated
design.
college.
Yeah, and I ended up like playing Mario RPG around the same time, and I watched people play it on YouTube even before that. And I've always like really liked this character design, the character concept, how I believe he would play, and it's just like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a cool character design, and I just like the concept of the guy.
Yeah, like
Yep.
as far as like, oh boy, I'm gonna try not to make this too long. Like, on the
I think this is a perfectly fine character to have go along.
like I said,
Yeah,
yeah, as I believe the second oldest person here. Like, I first played Super Mario RPG when I was like 7 years old, and while it still took a while longer for me to actually understand what I was doing. This is the game that got me into RPGs as a genre. So this was a formative game for me, and I thought Geno was the coolest freaking thing ever when I was a kid. I still think he's pretty cool. He's actually one of my most wanted characters right now, despite all the crazier people there are out there because of that. I still think he's this really interesting combination of, he's basically the Marioverse equivalent of an angel inhabiting an action figure to fight for the good guys. And he uses this combination of sized up toy weaponry combined with his own star magic to create something extremely unique. And he could even build his moveset around the action commands that Mario RPGs have become so famous for, which is also a unique angle. And I think it's the fact that Super Mario RPG finally got a remake after all this time, and it's a good one that manages to maintain the spirit of the original while meaningfully updating some of the rougher parts in some spots. And the fact that this character is now relevant again. And he couldn't. Is there a chance he could actually get into Smash 6 now, especially with so many other Square Enix characters that might have been higher priority making it now? Like, it's this fascinating situation where, like, yeah, I think his chances now are better than ever. But would it be enough now? I don't know. And yes, there is some criticism. Like, yeah, some parts of his fan base have been rabid about things and immature. And yes, far as an actual character, he's pretty flat in Super Mario RPG. He's mostly there as to give exposition about the greater world and provide world building, which was still interesting because it was more world building than we'd ever gotten in a Mario game, and it started this precedent of creating this greater lore in Mario's world. And yes, Mallow has more of a character arc, and I still think he's a fun character too. I mean, I'm not knocking him at all, honestly. I still think he'd be cool too. But I still think I think Geno embodies that extra depth in a way. And I think that makes him a compelling character. And God, what I wish, fittingly enough, is that there was some way for Nintendo to acquire the rights for Geno and Mallow from Square Enix so they could work them into their own first-party titles again, because I think they could still be fan favorites to this day.
On a similar note, I would change it from saying Geno and Mallow to just saying spin-off characters in general, because like they have so many that they just don't use.
It's
Like,
really funny to me
I
that
wish we could at least allow Geno and Mallow to be in the next Fortune Street, man.
Yeah, like throw in like
Oh, that would
I
be
don't know,
really
some
funny.
WarioWare character in Mario Kart. Like just homogenize these IPs a bit more.
They should put Geno, Mallow, and Boshi in the next Mario Hoops 3-on-3.
Only Boshi.
True.
Only
There's no
Boshi.
Captain Syrup in Mario Kart.
All right, Snazzy.
Speaking of characters that look cool and I dislike because they're cool, Alucard. Now,
He
does
is pretty
Castlevania
cool.
need a third character? Absolutely not.
No.
Do I care? Once again, absolutely not. I think Alucard is a character that was considered above the Belmonts. There's a case to be made that he is more popular than the Belmonts, represents an entirely different phase of that IP that I think is the one that people associate with the IP more now. I mean, yeah, sure, the game started as kind of action platformers, but when people think of them, they think of them as Metroidvanias, hence the, Vania part of that.
Yeah.
And really, Symphony of the Night's like a top 5 favorite game of all time for me. So making my list, I was certainly going to put in Alucard. There's a new season on Netflix of the show
I'm not gonna
that
watch
ended,
that.
spoilers,
It's good.
with Alucard in it. It is. It's very good. It's
Good.
and I also just think like he'd be fun. Like just his moveset. It's funny because he has a lot of potential, but you can also very kind of clearly see how you would. I mean, because the Sith Trophy gives you like a very clear basis for it. Fireball projectiles, teleportation, being able to turn into mist, into bats, using
for
his
sure.
giant sword
Mhm.
familiar.
Yeah,
Like,
he's certainly got the
um,
moveset potential.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Symphony of the Night is I would say in my top 7 favorite video games of all time. I've replayed it several times, and last year I was playing late last year I was playing no, not late last year. I think it was this year. Because late last year I did a normal playthrough of it for Halloween. This year I did a randomizer playthrough,
Creeks.
and
It was like
yeah.
2 months ago.
Yeah, no, I got them mixed up because I've played Symphony of the Night for Halloween 2 years in a row. You gotta give me some slack. I mixed up which one was the randomizer, but both times that I played it, I said, I asked people like as I was playing multiple times because I just kept thinking about this. I think Alucard might genuinely be one of the most versatile protagonists in a video game with one of the widest and craziest like lineups of just shit that he can do. Just like period.
And especially when you spread it to more than one game, but just in Symphony of the Night, just because first of all, he's got the Castlevania sub-weapons, so you can still use that. He has a ridiculous amount of actual weapons. He's going to use the Alucard sword and shield, almost definitely. But he can use anything from like nunchucks to javelins to whatever. And that's before the spells, before the relics, before the transformations. Like, yeah, it's insane what he can do.
It's interesting. It just goes to show, Castlevania, despite being so dormant, has so many memorable characters. And like, I think if it did manage to get a second distinct newcomer, yeah, Alucard could definitely pull it off. I have not personally played Symphony of the Night. I've never had the chance to. I've never owned any PlayStation system because I didn't have enough money growing up to own more than one major console at a time. And I still wish they would Konami would port it, even if just a PC at some point.
It's ridiculous that it's
a
stuck on
game
PlayStation.
It's a game that I want to play.
Or it's actually on Xbox too.
Is
Oh
it?
yeah, it is. It is on Xbox.
It's on
Yeah.
the 360.
Yeah, it is on Xbox.
Well,
Yeah,
Well-
but
Oh, yeah,
it's 360, but you can purchase it still.
Oh, is it backwards compatible?
so
Okay.
like I
It's on
hope it gets a
mobile,
port.
too.
Yeah, like I hope it eventually gets a port to the Switch or Switch 2 or whatnot as part of a bundle.
Or PC,
It's-
yeah.
Or just because it's a game that I do want to get around to playing, and I do think Castlevania does have that potential there if that is the direction Smash decides to go in. Like it's funny when you mentioned nunchucks. Immediately thought, oh wait, Castlevania has another protagonist entirely who could also pull off being a newcomer, and that's Soma Cruz.
Yep.
Yep.
Full
Soma-
transparency. Alucard was a character that was on my list that I removed like last minute just so I could have somebody else. Like I fucking love Castlevania. That is probably my favorite IP of all time.
Yeah, me too. Like Symphony of the Night, Super Metroid, and A Link to the Past are probably the games that I've played the most in my life. That just like once a year, like I'll just like go through them just because they're games I'm familiar with. Dude, yeah, it's in general I love Castlevania, and I think it would have to be Alucard. Like, yeah, you could do Soma. Personally, I think Shinoa would be a lot of fun.
Oh, Shinoa would be fun.
Oh
But,
yeah,
yeah,
Shinoa's
no,
another one.
Yep. but I think Alucard is like the go-to if you were to do that. And I think it's ridiculous, by the way. Very small aside. That there's been so much movement with Castlevania as an IP in the last couple years. Just Konami like refuses, man, to do anything with it.
So far.
Yeah.
They made
Hopefully
a
that
new mobile
changes.
game.
Sad.
Which I think was also available on Apple Arcade. If that came on an actual console, even though it's a weird mobile game, I would totally play it. Anyway.
So, how we were, how when I was talking about No, we also brought up Mio and how, yeah, she's got a whole lot going for her too. Well, if you would, there we go. Now, I can only go so into detail on this one because her episode of Challenger Approaching is under active development. Look forward to that in the next, at the most, week. But yeah, everything that we said about her is very much true. Not only does she have all the moveset potential Noah has and the same ability to pull from attacks from her allies, she also debatably has a more interesting base set of abilities, since not only is she wielding a more unique weapon in the form of her twin moonblades, as they're called in the game, her Zephyr class is a dodge tank, and that is something very unusual for a protagonist. She's a character who wants to get in the fray, force opponents to focus on her specifically, and then avoid their attacks while slowly whittling them down in turn. And yet, because of how her arts function, Agnian class arts function like they do in Xenoblade 2, where their meter builds up from you landing attacks instead of just passively over time, she's also encouraged to play more proactively and not run away. And also because she wants to be the tank, she wants enemy attention on her, she wants to fight them directly. And I think that makes her a very interesting dynamic. And there's much more going on with that you'll have to wait and see the video. You'll have to wait and watch the video to see. But Mio herself is a very compelling character. And she has connections to, she has very close connections to characters from to past Xenoblade characters as well. And I can't go into detail on that because of major spoilers, but if you know, you know. Like, between the two, I would actually prefer Mio if it came down to just one of them, but I also think that they're both very compelling choices for newcomers, and if by some miracle Xenoblade could justify 2 newcomers next game, they could absolutely both get in, and it wouldn't feel like a reach at all. It also helps that both of them playstyle-wise work in such a way that they could actually work very well as a doubles team. It's canon.
It is true. It's canon. I do think that there's a lot of potential in just like you said, the dodge tank, just having a character designed around I think because we don't have something in Smash yet. Something that I've always talked about for a few years is, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there's a Smash character that had something like one of Anji Mito's Anji Mito's moves in Guilty Gear, where he can move through other characters' attacks to then lay an attack on that as a punish, or something like Slayer's Dandy Stab, also from some of the older Guilty Gear games, where he dashes backwards and then you can use that to avoid attacks, and then he dashes back forwards for something. You can interpret a lot of the base Zephyr class arts in a really interesting way for a game like this, and it provides kind of an archetype that we don't have yet in a game like Smash.
Okay, I think that we should move on to the next one,
All
and
right.
this character should be our last, and this will be the quickest round of the night.
How are we handling
this
this
is
one? How are
this
we
should be the
handling
fun
this
one.
one?
All at once.
All right,
All at once.
let's just start this off by saying, hey, you know how we talked about Bandana Dee being the most overdue character? This is probably the only character who might be over him, and if you want to reveal Mind Slink,
Yeah, this is
Toad.
Oh,
This is
Yellow
Specifically
Toad?
Yellow
Why-
Toad and
Why
Yellow
Yellow
Toad?
Toad
Yeah.
specifically? Blue Toad as an Echo? Why would this be? I wonder
Because they have
why
different
this.
personalities.
Why?
and
Why
have
would
different
this?
taunts.
Why would this? Be?
Oh shit!
Oh,
Blue
no.
Toad.
Blue Toad.
Hey, Nanten, what did you pick?
Well, you see, I
Whoa!
thought I'd have Toad and Pink Toad.
Holy
What
shit,
Toad?
Girl Toad? They make
Girl
those?
Toad is right here.
Creeks.
and then
Oh!
Whoa!
Yo, they added a Union Buster to this game.
Holy shit! Bold of them.
Okay, Snazzy.
Whoa, Toad and wow, Blue Toad been erased.
No more Blue Toad.
Blue Toad is gone. Oh, whoa, the captain.
What a twist!
What a twist on the
Yeah, as
formula.
you can see, some form of Toad was the only character all 6 of us had on our lists. Like the Toad sweep.
It's Toad Sweet.
I was so happy when I found out that we were at 4, and then it just kept growing.
Dude, this is an epic Toad moment.
As you can see, like, yes, this is like up there with Bandana Dee and Dixie Kong. Toad of some type feels like the other big glaring absence from Smash's roster. And I think there's just very much the potential to do something with that there. I went with Captain Toad specifically because I liked his distinct characterization, and I think his unique adventurer vibes give him extra moveset potential on top of what the Toads as a species already have.
Yeah. My preferred version of Toad for a hypothetical Smash is like an amalgamation of stuff that the Mario Cast can already do, some stuff that's missing that the Mario Cast doesn't do, like the ground pound, and then a couple things from like Captain Toad.
Yeah. So like my original one was my original idea was for Captain Toad as well. But after playing Super Mario Brothers Wonder recently, I was very much on the ball of like, you know what, the Toads make like perfect reps for like the new Super Mario games and stuff. And
there's absolutely a reason that like every Toad mod, all of the Toads like rivals, fan characters, all of the fan game Toads, like Smash Flash or Crusade. Is Toad in Smash Flash? I don't remember, but definitely in Crusade. And all of those movesets, they make Toad the item mancer that uses all the Mario items that people, that aren't already in the game in some form. Like, Propeller Cap up special is a universal for Toad movesets.
Yeah.
And
even for mine.
Reason.
Yes. And I leaned into that a bit with my moveset for Captain Toad. Like, he does use a few items and other such things that Toads are associated with, including some things that are specific to him, like 2 of his smash attacks in my moveset use the pickaxe, the super pickaxe from Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, or a couple, and also for his downer, I use that for a spike. I'm running through his moveset on my end right now as a quick refresher. He has a couple attacks that attack using his backpack. He pulls out a propeller helmet for his up special as a nod to the regular Toads. His neutral special has him. Hold on. Okay, there we go. His neutral special has him immediately whip a turnip out of the ground and quickly throw it, and he does it very fast because Toads are stronger than they look canonically, and the Toad in Super Mario Brothers 2 has the fastest pulling speed out of anyone, so he can do that very quickly, and he uses it like a kind of a fireball type projectile thrown in an arc that helps him approach because he's got a bait and punish play style himself, and this helps him get in.
Yeah. I think I had a few of that sort of stuff in mind as well, with the pickaxe especially, to bring in the Captain Toad elements of it.
Actually, quick correction. I actually gave him the propeller box from Super Mario 3D World, not the cap. I chose to do that because it's an item that's something he could feasibly have kept with him in his backpack as an emergency measure in case he needed to use it.
Yeah.
Fair. But I also brought in like the Bubble Toad moves and stuff from Wanda as well as like the Vine potentially for a grapple, the Vine badge or whatever. So maybe you can even have Prince Florian or whatever on his head, who pops out for taunts in a Morgana sort of way.
I just like to make it clear, so this started with I talked to Huff. I was the first person to put up their characters. I'm like, I'm gonna put Toad. Toad's my favorite Mario character. I play as Toad every game they're in. I like Toad a lot. And then I knew he's a big fan of Toad. So what I did was I said, all right, I'll have Blue Toad, you have Yellow Toad, and then he said, well, what if we put echoes on them of the other one? And it's just like, it's beautiful, that's funny, let's do it.
Incredible.
Then I think I came to Huff after it being like, all right, I've got Toad with Toadette, and I didn't have him in the middle, and then Huff suddenly got the idea and was like, Nan, can you put Toad in the middle? Can we put him on slot 13, please?
Yeah, I kind of forced
I have an idea.
And so, and then I also ended up including Toadette in my concept, though she's not actually an Echo. She's half of the alternate costumes.
Yeah, it's the same for me. She's half of the alternate costumes for me. I had red, blue, yellow, Green Purple Toad, and then Captain Toad outfit, and then Toadette and Captain Toadette outfit. That's how I envisioned it.
I'm just gonna.
I wish I had
bring
made
this up.
Echo Toadsworth. Now that I'm thinking about it,
I can change it later if you want. I can get you one.
we'll do that. So when we come back,
Yeah, we'll update it when we get there.
We're gonna
I wanted to bring this
Thanos
up.
snap Yellow Toad out of.
No, Toadsworth is the base. Yellow Toad's still there.
Princess Peach, I don't feel so good.
Something I wanted to point out. I re-downloaded Captain Toad Treasure Tracker to fact check this because it was bothering me. So, Dells, you did Captain Toad and Toadette. Hey,
Yes.
did you know that no material they refer to Toadette as like Adventurer Toadette or Captain Toadette? It's just Toadette.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
it's
I was aware of that.
Yeah, it's in Mario Kart Tour. They have Captain Toadette and then Toadette brackets Explorer.
It's her.
Yeah, like,
it's her
I
side
had to
hustle.
So weird.
It's her side hustle while she's busting unions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's not a captain, so.
We forgive her because she's a girl boss.
All right.
All right,
And,
so
Oh,
Right.
one more thing. Like I know people in the comments are probably wondering about it. Did I choose to make Captain Toad able to jump? I decided that Treasure Tracker making him unable to jump was more for the sake of making the game's mechanics work. So what I did for my Smash concept was make it so that he can jump normally, but his jumps aren't very good, and he has a more grounded play style. So like I imagine his jumps being about as roughly. They go about as high as snakes do, to where like where you can't even reach the low battlefield platforms with a full hop. So that he's more focused on playing grounded.
all right, so
We seem to have a guest.
yeah, it's because it's for the next section. So
Yes.
let's wrap this up then. Here's what I'm going to suggest though, Slink.
Yes.
Because we were talking already about what we should do towards the back end of this, as we're not going to do Jackbox anymore for technical and like
Yes.
just reasons that make sense. I'm thinking because I guess it's up to you, Dells. What's your schedule looking like tomorrow? Do you think we could reschedule this second half for the back end of this charity live stream?
It's possible, but I might need to do some finagling on my end because of a thing I
Could
might
we
have
do it
going
after
on.
Good Morning Source Gaming potentially?
What I'm thinking is
might
like
be
whether
compatible with my schedule, honestly.
yeah, what I was thinking is whether doing it instead of Good Morning Source Gaming or pushing Among Us closer to Chibi Robo, where the Jackbox thing is pushing Mork up an hour, and then
Okay.
doing this charity stream at like
just let me know
9
so I can
o'clock
plan
tomorrow
the
morning
rest
or
of my
something.
day out.
I-
around
Okay.
that.
I wouldn't be able to be there that early.
What
Yeah, no.
time do you reckon you'd be able to get there, Dale? Early.
Quite a bit later, honestly. It's complicated.
We'll
First,
schedule
might
it
be
for
better.
another
Creeks
time.
or-
I don't think it'll fit in the charity stream, but we'll definitely schedule it another time. It would
Like,
be really
yeah,
silly.
I think we'll how about we can do the second half of this as its own separate thing.
Yes.
I'm just worried about when to do it, given
Yeah.
Christmas coming up and all that.
I'm
Yeah, We'll discuss it in chat instead of taking up
Yes.
our viewers' time.
yes.
Yeah, we should
Right.
transition
we'll
to
discuss it
the next one.
soon. I need
Oh, yeah,
to,
we'll get to the other half of this for sure. This
yeah,
is
I
fun.
need-
Yeah, this was a lot of fun.
This was a lot of fun, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
alright.
this was the most enjoyable roster that we've done so far, personally. Definitely
No-
not because
no
of
rules.
pissing.
Oh.
I feel like most of us probably haven't gotten to the fun part of our rosters yet, even.
Yeah, that's all of my fun ones are in the back end of the roster.
I've gotten to a few fun ones because I did mine differently than everyone else's without any knowledge of that.
Yeah, to be fair, nobody really gave me an order for this, so I just put it in the order you gave me, and I was like, hey, is this the order you want to present it in? And I was just
Forgot
like, fuck it.
to
didn't
say
know.
that we were
I
starting
didn't
from the
know.
bottom right. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
might
my
have forgot to
roster,
say that.
my roster
Yeah.
honestly peaked at Toon Marth, so
I, as Source Gaming's own artsy-fartsy, self-conscious, pretentious type, I did not take part in that. Mostly because I was actually just busy with writing about Resident Evil. I'm a very lazy man.
Mood.
I can't afford to be lazy, quite literally.
Well, let's set up then for the next thing.
All right.
And I will. I'm going
Could you
to
put a
next
tweet?
person
Could you put a
next
tweet
midnight.
out for me about Ninja Gaiden?
Yeah, sure. I'll put a tweet out. for
And
Ninja
don't
Gaiden.
forget to
Return to
$10
the
super
source.
chat.
Yeah,
$10
I'm doing it literally right now.
All right,
I
cool.
made a note. It's now working. I need to just authenticate.
All right. Hope you all join us for Ninja Gaiden on the antiquated Wii U, because they didn't have the multiplayer in the new version. So we're going to be.
That is so messed up, by the way, that they did not have the multiplayer.
Yeah, that's
not
weird.
even the co-op. It's weird. Like I get
And
that
it's
that's
like,
more
what- it's the
overhead,
best
but
part
like,
of that.
damn.
It's the best part of that particular game, in my opinion.
All right.
Ninja Gaiden 3 is
We
not the
can
best
talk about
game.
this when Ninja Gaiden.
When we
3 is
play
actually
Ninja Gaiden,
on.
right?
All right. All right.
Thanks
Thank you all for
coming,
joining
so
me.
we'll continue this-
We're going to redirect you in a split second to Ninja Gaiden.
Until next time.
Yep.
Fortnite.